d'estate tutto l'anno e all'improvviso eccola qua. Ehi, è partita per le spiagge, sono solo qua su in città. Sento fischiare sopra i tetti un aeroplano che se ne va. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere più risorse senza di te. E allora io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Il treno dei desideri, dei miei pensieri all'incontrario va. Sembra quando ero all'oratorio con tanto sole tanti anni fa, quelle domeniche da solo in un cortile a passeggiare. Ora mi annoio più di allora, neanche un prete per chiacchierare. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere più risorse senza di te. E allora io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Il treno dei desideri, nei miei pensieri all'incontrario va. Cerco un po' d'Africa in giardino, tra l'oleandro e il baobab, come facevo da bambino, ma qui c'è gente, non si può più. Stanno innaffiando le tue rose, non c'è il leone, chissà dov'è. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere più risorse senza di te. E allora io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Ma il treno dei desideri, nei miei pensieri all'incontrario va. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere risorse Questa è la storia di uno di noi, anche lui nato per caso in via Gluck, in una casa fuori città, gente tranquilla che lavorava, là dove c'era l'erba ora c'è una città, e quella casa in mezzo al verde ormai dove sarà? Questo ragazzo della via Gru si divertiva a giocare con me, ma un giorno disse: vado in città, e lo diceva mentre piangeva. Io gli domando: amico, non sei contento? Vai finalmente a stare in città, là troverai le cose che non hai avuto qui. potrai lavarti in casa senza andare giù nel cortile. Mio caro amico disse: qui sono nato e in questa strada ora lascio il mio cuore. Ma come fai a non capire? È una fortuna per voi che restate a piedi nudi a giocare nei prati, mentre là in centro io respiro il cemento. Ma verrà un giorno che ritornerò ancora qui e sentirò l'amico treno che fischia così. Wow, wow. Passano gli anni ma 8 son lunghi, però quel ragazzo ne ha fatta di strada, ma non si scorda la sua prima casa. Ora coi soldi lui può comprarla, torna e non trova gli amici che aveva, solo case su case, catrame e cemento. Là dove c'era l'erba ora c'è una città. Quella casa in mezzo al verde ormai, dove sarà? Non so, perché continuano a costruire le case e non lasciano l'erba. Non lasciano l'erba, non lasciano l'erba, non lasciano l'erba. E no, se andiamo avanti così, chissà come si farà.
Schick und fein, doch zwei kleine Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Zwei kleine Italiener, die träumen von Napoli, von Tina und Marina, die warten schon lang auf sie. Zwei kleine Italiener, die sind so allein. Eine Reise in den Süden ist für andere schick und fein, doch die beiden Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Oh Tina, oh Marina, wenn wir uns einmal wiedersehen. Oh Tina, oh Marina, dann wird es wieder schön. Zwei kleine Italiener vergessen die Heimat nie, die Palmen und die Mädchen am Strande von Napoli. Zwei kleine Italiener, die sehen es ein. Eine Reise in den Süden ist für andere schick und fein, doch die beiden Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Oh Tina, oh Marina, wenn wir uns einmal wiedersehen. Oh Tina, oh Marina, dann wird es wieder schön. Zwei kleine Italiener am Bahnhof, da kennt man sie, sie kommen jeden Abend zum B-Zug nach Napoli. Zwei kleine Italiener, die schauen hinterdrein. Eine Reise in den Süden ist für andere schick und fein, doch die beiden Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Oh Tina, oh Marina,
they say.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore. Bells will ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling, ting-a-ling-a-ling, and you'll sing Vita Bella. Hearts will play tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay, like a gay tarantella. When the stars make you drool, just like a pasta fazool, that's amore. When you dance down the street with a cloud at your feet, you're in love. When you walk in a dream, but you know you're not dreaming, signore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
That's amore.
When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore.
That's amore.
Bells will ring,
Ting-a-ling-a-ling,
ting-a-ling-a-ling,
and you'll sing Vita Bella.
Vita Bella, hearts will play.
Tippy-tippy-tay, like a gay tarantella.
Lucky fella. When the stars make you drool just like pasta fazool, that's amore.
That's amore.
When you dance down the street with the cloud at your feet, you're in love. When you walk in a dream, but you know you're not dreaming, signore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
Amore,
That's amore. Volare, oh, cantare, oh, let's fly way up to the clouds, away from the maddening crowds. We can sing in the glow of a star that I know of, where lovers enjoy peace of mind. Let us leave the confusion and all disillusion behind. Just like birds of a feather, a rainbow together we'll find. Volare, oh, e cantare, oh. No wonder my happy heart sings. Your love has given me wings. Penso che io sogno così non ritorni mai più. Mi dipinge con le mani e la faccia di blu. Poi d'improvviso tenido dal vento rapito e incominciavo a volare nel cielo infinito. Volare, oh, oh, e cantare, oh, nel blu dipinto di blu. E che dici di stare lassù e volavo fenice punalte del sole con coro più su, mentre molto pian piano spariva lontane laggiù. Una musica dolce suonare soltanto per me, volare, oh, oh, e cantare, oh, oh. No wonder my happy heart sings, your love has given me wings, nel blu dipinto di blu, venite di stare lassù, nel blu dipinto di blu.
Mi sono innamorato di Marina, una ragazza mora ma carina, ma lei non vuol saperne del mio amore. Cosa farò per conquistare il suo cuore? Un giorno la incontrai sola sola, il cuore mi batteva a 1000 all'ora. Quando gli dissi che la volevo amare, mi diede un bacio e l'amor sbocciò. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. 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 Oh no, no.
tonight to roll.
Con te, così lontano e diverso. Con te, amico che credevo perso. Io e te, sotto lo stesso sogno, insieme. Unite, unite, you roll. E per te, donna senza frontiere. Per te, sotto le stesse bandiere. Io e te, sotto lo stesso cielo, insieme. Unite, unite, you roll. Sempre più liberi noi, non è più un sogno, non sei più da solo. Sempre più in alto noi, dammi una mano che prendiamo il volo. L'Europa non è lontana, c'è una canzone italiana per voi, insieme. Unite, unite, to roll. Per noi, nel cielo mille violini. Per noi, amori senza confini. Io e te, sotto gli stessi ideali. Insieme. Unite, unite, to roll. Sempre più liberi noi, non è più un sogno e noi non siamo più soli. Sempre più uniti noi, dammi una mano e vedrai che voli. L'Europa non è lontana, c'è una canzone italiana per voi, insieme. Unite, unite, to roll. Sempre più liberi noi, sempre più liberi, nostre stelle una bandiera sola. Sempre più forti noi, sempre più forti, dammi una mano e vedrai si vola. L'Europa non è lontana, c'è una canzone italiana per voi, insieme. Unite, unite, to roll. L'Europa non è lontana, c'è una canzone italiana per voi, insieme. Unite, unite, you roll.
Porte casone con un stemma a rete, una cuppolella che vi si era alzata, passa scampanianna pattuleta, con mano a papà te fa guardare. Tu fa l'americano, americano, americano, senta a me chi t'ho fa fa. Tu vuoi vivere alla moda, ma se bevi whisky e soda, poi ti senti disturbato. Tu abballo rock and roll, tu gioca a baseball, fai sorte per camella, chi te ridà la borsetta di mamma, tu fa l'americano, americano, americano. Ma se nati in Italia, senta a me non c'è sta niente a fa. Ok napolitan, tu fa l'american, tu fa l'american, tu fa l'american, tu fa l'american.
Well, welcome to our official first day, I guess, on track, Ken, where we're really getting down to the serious stuff here at the 17th Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Welcome, another beautiful day here in Italy, although yesterday, a bit of strange weather.
It was a little bit up and down, wasn't it, Jenny? But, you know, in many ways, that's the beauty of this, isn't it? We've had some glorious days. We've had some very heavy rain. And it's all part of the mix. Whoever's going to come out as the champion, Jen, they've got to handle a wet track and a dry track. I feel sure they'll get a mix of each.
I did hear some interviews this morning. Some of the drivers are not so familiar with the wet track in some countries, as we know, but maybe there's an underdog there that doesn't even know he's good in the wet. We'll have to wait and see.
That's a very good point. Never thought about that. Didn't know I was good in the wet. It's a thought, isn't it? Just take ourselves back, what, 24 months to Valencia, when we were getting a real clear picture of who was going well, where the potential winners were going to be. Then the rains came. And it all went completely into the mix again.
That's right. And, of course, every year we just never know. We go somewhere where we think it's going to be warm and sunny. But in any case, we've got so many drivers, 360 drivers on the grid, and everybody wants to be the winner. That's what they're telling me anyway.
Well, I don't think anybody here doesn't sort of have a really, really wildest dream that, hey, something will happen and I can be the winner. Nobody thinks I'm going to be happy if I drift around midway. They don't think like that, do they?
No, that's right. And, of course, yesterday we were on track for the first day. So, yeah, it was really interesting to see who's there. Many different names, of course, for us, some new ones this year and some old ones that we've seen a few times, who we know are experienced and understand how the grand finals works, of course.
I think that's going to really count. I think the experience is going to be a factor here, not just how skilled you are, not just how fast you are. I think the psyche of it all will count a lot. I was just looking at DD2 Masters Jenny, and the point you've just made is so illustrated. I think that's the hardest of all of the classes to pick, for the reason you've just said. There's a mix of real experience there and some pretty astonishing newcomers coming in. Ryan Urban defending his title, but hey, we've got two of the top three of last year in this, because Ryan Urban and also Gabriel Zugella of Argentina both been going well in non-qualifying practice. Former world champions in the likes of, well,
Scott.
Where do I start?
Christoph
Adams, Dennis Kroes, Manolis, yeah, he's in a second and third, hasn't he? And of course, our own camera going to be carried by Tiffany Chittenden, not a former world champion, but she was one of those who in Valencia was going really, really well. And I was thinking, hey, we can have a girl on the podium for the first time, maybe even a winner.
Yeah, but
and
of
then the
course,
rains came.
She is a former British champion, so, you know, she's not backward in coming forward when it comes to the racing, and I think, you know, it will be interesting to go on board with Tiff during the racing and see, you know, what she's up to.
Yeah, I have to say, if you're a pure Tiff fan, she's not pulled up any real roots so far. It's not setting the track alight in practice
times. Many of the drivers have never been here to Sarno, and it's a very fast track, but generally everyone likes it, you know.
I've not heard a negative expression of it.
Yeah.
Some people have said, I've never raced a track as long as this, and I've said, so do you not like? Oh, no, I do like it.
I think we've only had one a little bit longer, a few metres longer, maybe 15.
Zuera somewhere. No, we weren't at Zuera, were we? The Spanish
in any case,
ones,
I think the positive thing here is that everyone's liking it, and now it's starting to get really serious, because today we're going to see who's taking pole position.
Well, yeah, and as you say, it's serious because the competition starts, but I'm just going to refer to one of my notes previously, which is in DD2. Ferenc Kanksar in 3 consecutive sessions was fastest, fastest and third fastest, and Harold Skokaklis, racing now on a Russian licence, we know him as a Latvian really, fastest, second fastest, third fastest. I think Ferenc Kanksar, defending his title, is putting a marker down early, saying, guys, if you want to win DD2, I'm the champion and you've got to beat me. So that is perhaps one of the most impressive pairings.
He's got a little bit of competition though, and I know that. And like you said, Harold's yesterday was quite impressive. We've also, actually, they're probably two of the tallest guys in the field.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
We've
6
seen
footers.
Vicious.
Oh, so he's in a different league. And of course, we're going to have our camera carried by Jeff Kingsley. Doesn't have the experience of Ferenc and Harold's, but he was, let me have a look, he was third fastest in one session, fastest in another, and Jeff from Canada could be one of those youngsters you've got to keep an eye out for.
Because he's got also the experience with the event. He's been here since a junior.
Yep.
So, yeah, but I'm also interested to see what Jeffrey does.
Yeah. Let's just have one more peep down at what notes I've put here. What did you make of Berkay Besler in seniors, Jenny? Fastest, second fastest, fastest. I would love to see the Turkish nation have a world motorsport champion.
You know, last year he was very close to being on the podium. Very competitive, very positive. This year he's also been a front runner in, for example, BNL, also in the European Championship, the Max Challenge. So, you know, I wouldn't discount him, but you know, it's only early days so far.
Well, yeah, the one little point I would make is Chris Dryspring had one mega session yesterday, and I think he's one with the psyche for this sort of event.
But he was also a teammate of Berkay the year before.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
They were fighting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting. Some really good times yesterday, but I also know that there was a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
And that changed a lot of things, because some people then came in.
Changes the dynamics immensely. And as we said at the top of this, that is going to be a factor, folks. It really is. Right now, we've got blue skies, sunshine, a dry-ish track. But if we get a mix, it's going to be who can handle both sets of conditions.
Well, of course, today it looks like 22 degrees and nice and sunny, maybe a little bit of cloud later. But the next few days, I think we're going to have a change.
I'm glad you said that as an Aussie based in Austria, because if I'd have said it, it would be, hey, those Brits always talking about the weather, but
I know
you're dead
they
right.
are. I've been looking on Facebook, and the Brits are definitely saying, yeah, we're in with a chance. There's rain the next couple of days.
And on Facebook, Jen, you've got some really good, interesting news from the team support.
Of course, at the welcome party, we had the photos from the teams. They all dressed up with their mascots, their flags, and their race suits, and it was really spectacular. But I had a quick look this morning. Australia was one vote ahead of Finland, 651 votes, but lots of people are voting, so make sure you vote for your team.
Yeah.
Get on Facebook, because it's also going to count for the winners.
Absolutely. And isn't it great that our friends online are going to Facebook and casting their votes and taking interest?
Send messages as well, because everyone's watching and reading, and it's really good to support them. Yeah, so lots of good videos there as well, Ken. I've been in the paddock, so maybe if you have time, have a look.
Yeah, you featured in one or two of them, didn't you?
Yeah.
Tell you what, Jenny, this is morning warm-up. I can't wait for the competitive action to start. Qualifying practice, and then we go racing this afternoon.
Yeah.
I get a tingle.
I know. And also this year we've got all the little ones from all over the world, Micromax, Minimax, and of course lots of juniors first time here as well. So it's really exciting, it's buzzing. All the kids this morning are running around and they're all excited they're going racing today. I think that's the most important part. Get the racing started and everyone's happy.
Well, hi again, everyone. Good morning from Sarno. And that was Jenny and myself, Ken Walker, talking just 20, 25 minutes, half an hour ago. The background action you saw then was morning warm-up. But right now, what you're looking at is the track where in 2-3 minutes' time, we're going to be opening up the competition. The competition, the 17th edition of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Here at Sarno, south of Napoli, in the southwest of Italy, just about an hour's drive south of Napoli. In fact, the true name of the Sarno circuit is Circuito Internazionale Napoli, so very much the Napoli International Circuit. And it's a difference in the 17th edition of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, because for the first time ever, the Micromax and the Minimax youngsters join all of the rest of the Rotax World racers. So we've got Micromax, Minimax, Juniors, Seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters. So a really, really big field this time. 360 drivers, the biggest world family gathering in karting, as I always say. Karting's biggest world family gathering. Well, you can see from the pictures immediately before you to the lower right, the track is a strange mix in some respects. It's a little bit dry. It's totally dry in essence, but a little bit of hint of dampness. But part of this track is newly laid, part of it is the old track. As you can see from the 40 flags I think we had there. Was it 40? Yes, I think it was. 59. No, it was 60. It was 60 because we've got 59 nations represented in this tournament, in this grand final, plus the Rotax flag, 59 plus 1. There's 60 flags there. And we're starting the first of our track action with the Micromax youngsters from ages 8 up to 10. All of the qualifying practice sessions will be of 8 minutes duration. Now, I've been doing this a long time, kart announcing, kart commentary. We've often had 15-minute sessions or even 8-minute sessions where nobody comes out for about 5, 6, 7 minutes. They can't do that this time. This is just an 8-minute session, and 3 minutes after the track opens, 3 minutes after the track opens, the gate closes. So everybody will be out at least 5 minutes before the checkered flag. So if you have somebody who decides, I want to leave this late before I go out, be careful. If 3 minutes has ticked by, you'll find you won't get onto the circuit. And I think that makes it a little bit better, because I don't like seeing late entrance to the track, coming out and then doing a couple of slow laps. Hey, there's the grandstand opposite the start-finish line, and in those windows just above the top is where I'm talking to you from. And in fact, there's me talking to you from inside the booth. Well, once again, a big thank you to KART-DATA, KART-DATA.com, bringing you the facilities as we have for many years now over Rotax events. We're going to bring you coverage of all the action, all of the competitive action. The qualifying competition starting literally in just a moment, starting with the Micro Max, then the Minis, Juniors, etc. And then after a lunch break, we're going racing this afternoon. Everybody in every class having their opening race. Just looking at those wires above the main grandstand that you see there, the main tribune, that's the railway line, the electrified railway line, the trains going past there at reasonably frequent intervals. As you can see, it's quite a green measure out there, and whilst we've got glorious sunshine now, look at that blue sky on your screens, and we've had it really hot in parts this week. We've also had not a little rain at times. In fact, overnight it rained quite heavily. So it's a nice fresh feel out there. The grandstands, the tribune's not as full as you might have expected, but I make the point that we're starting with the Micro Max youngsters and then the Minimax before we go to the juniors. I rather suspect that by the time the seniors and DD2 and DD2 masters are coming out, that we're going to have a much fuller grandstand and tribune. Well, there's a little prompt to me, isn't it? Our marshals, you can run a race event without a commentator, without a speaker, but you can't run them without a marshal. There you see a couple of the guys just putting their ear defenders on, and I'm hearing that the carts are fired up. So here we go, an 8-minute session for Micro Max youngsters. We've got champions of let me just have a quick look. United States, the vice champion of United States, the Canadian champion, the Baltic champion, the Estonian champion. And here's the first of them going out onto the circuit. Adrian Maliero, the first name that comes up on my screen, has gone really well in practice in 3 consecutive sessions of non-qualifying practice. He was fastest, third fastest, and fastest again. So keep an eye out for 41 Adrian Maliero. Now, Kart 40, the 18th on my list now. Look for Kart 40, the only girl mixing it with the lads. That's my Sadar from Slovenia. My Sadar, kart number 40, the only girl in Micro Max. Adrian Maliero, Kart 41, the fastest. Well, that's perhaps not the correct thing to say. The most consistent in non-qualifying practice. So we're into our first minute. Let me just count it when it is now. We're 1 minute into this 8-minute session, and in 2 minutes the gates will close. So thanks ever such a lot for tuning in online. We do appreciate it. On behalf of myself, Ken Walker, my fellow presenter Jenny Wade, particularly all of our technical colleagues at KART-DATA, we do our very, very best to bring you the best coverage you can have if you're not actually here, and hopefully we'll live up to what you're going to expect of us. On the opening outlap, no great significant times, although of those on the outlap, Adrian Maliero, the Portuguese driver, was the quickest at 1 minute 22, but that's not a representative time of what they will be doing. Top of your screen, see the countdown of the 8 minutes. We've got 6 minutes 10 seconds remaining. The Micro Max are all on Praga carts. You'll recognise the livery. To make things just a little bit difficult for the announcer, commentator, speaker, whatever expression you use, all the carts look the same for the simple reason they are all the same. They're all the Praga chassis. Diego Larocque from United States, the vice champion, the champion of the United States, and 8 Challenge of America's race wins. Quickest at the moment now with 121.18. My Sadar, 14th quickest at 123.71. Well, I'm going to try and flip between the geography that the circuit pictures tell you and the screen to my left. Adrian Maliero goes 1 minute 13.1, and he's the quickest at the moment. Kart number 35, Konstantinos Nousopoulos of Greece, also gone quickly. So has Enrico Martins. They're the top 3 at the moment. Enrico Martins in kart number 15. He's from Brazil. The South Americans have gone particularly well, done really well. So with 4 minutes 47 seconds remaining, we know now that all 35 drivers are out on circuit, so nobody's been caught napping, so to speak. Actually, thinking about it, I thought there were 35 in Micromax. There are 36, so one of the drivers hasn't come out yet. Ooh, I hope that that's not a sad tale to tell. That will mean that whoever that is going to start last. So most people now have done a couple of laps so far. Adrian Maliero, kart 41, has gone 1:13.10. Lorenzo Cioni of Italy, 1 minute 12.344, so that's going quicker still. 1 minute 12.378 now for Adrian Maliero. 1 minute 12.378. 1 minute 12.611 for Ryota Peroche. He of Japan. Diego Larocque. Just trying to interpret my screen a little bit, which is very much up to the minute or up to the second even in sectors, but just need a little bit of mental agility to determine. Now, Chris Harnen of Netherlands into the 11s, fastest driver, 1 minute 11.74. Chris Harnen, kart number 20, also of the Netherlands, 1 minute 11.77. So two Dutch lads, Robert de Haan and Chris Harnen, are the quickest drivers out there at the moment. 1 minute 11.74 for Robert de Haan, kart 21. 1 minute 11.77 for Chris Harnen in kart number 20. Best of the 12s, I think, is James Igotzi of the United States. 1 minute 12.04. 1 minute 12.04, James Igotzi. He's 8 years of age. All of these drivers are between 8 and 10. So James at Igotzi, one of the younger ones. He's the United States vice champion of 2016. He's from Miami Beach, Florida, and he's third quickest at the moment according to my chart. But still, Robert de Haan, the Dutch lad, 1:11.7, kart number 21. He's supported, incidentally, by Indy Donche, Karting Centrum Lelystad. Indy Donche, who runs the Karting Centrum outfit to support young juniors. And Jill, who's doing my numbers alongside me, as she has done for many years, tells me that it looks as if kart 17, Jimmy Helias of France, is the driver in Micromax who has not made it out onto the circuit. So the French lad Jimmy Helias, who would have been in kart 17, we don't think he's on the circuit. Made his debut in karting only in February this year, so maybe he's learning a lesson fairly sharply, which is you have to get out sharply when it comes to qualifying practice, because the alternative is to start stone last. So 1.5 minutes remaining. The only girl in the race, Mai Sadar from Slovenia. She's 25th of the 35 at the moment, so the girl just a little bit off the pace. 1 minute 13.2. Robert de Haan of Netherlands, 1:11.74. Chris Harnen of the Netherlands. It changes because Chris Harnen goes quicker. Chris Harnen in kart number 20 goes 1:11.55. Robert de Haan of Netherlands, 1:11.58. And the other driver in the 11s is James Igotzi, the USA vice champion, 1:11.9. Fourth quickest is Santiago Valve of Hungary, 1 minute 12.00, and completing the top 5 is Marius Christiansen of Denmark, 1 minute 12.14. Sixth quickest, Lucas Bodanovic of Argentina. Doesn't sound a very Argentinian name, doesn't sound a Hispanic name, does it, Bodanovic? Maybe some Eastern European ethnicity in there. Adrian Maliero, who had been going really well in non-qualifying practice, is 8th quickest at the moment for Portugal, 1 minute 12.1. Daniel Sugar of Hungary, 1 minute 12.200, and completing the top 10, Bart Pikotowski of Poland, 1 minute 12.206. Checkered flag is shown. Is anybody on a flyer? Is anybody going to go quicker than Robert de Haan? If not, we've got an all-Dutch front row when we go racing this afternoon, the first of our heats in Micromax. 1 minute, he's gone quicker, has Robert de Haan. His sixth and final lap is even quicker. 1 minute 11.488 puts him top of the chart. Robert de Haan. Robert de Haan, who I did mention previously, supported by Indy Dontjes Karting Centrum Lelystad organisation, takes an advantage from Chris Haanen. The two Dutch lads swapping fastest laps. 1 minute 11.48 for Robert de Haan. 1 minute 11.51 for Chris Haanen. And late in the session, 1 minute 11.77 goes third quickest for Lorenzo Cioni. Lorenzo Cioni, with a name like that, not surprising if I tell you he's from Italy. Well, he's not from Italy, he's from France. Lorenzo Cioni is a Frenchman. James Igosi, the United States driver, fourth quickest. Santiago Valva of Hungary, fifth quickest. Just looking a little bit further down, I'm afraid the only girl amongst these 35 lads, or 34 lads and herself, just clinging to a place in the top 30 in 30th place. 1 minute 13.255. 1 minute 13.255 is about 1.8 seconds off the pace of pole sitter Robert de Haan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first track action of the 20... And there is kart 17, which does look as if it was, as Jill had said, Jimmy Helios of France was there. Having said 17, I'm now looking at 42, so not sure if I was calling that accurately. But what I can tell you is that 17, Jimmy Helios of France, didn't come out onto the circuit. He will start last. Starting first on pole position will be Robert de Haan, joined on the front row by his fellow Dutch driver Chris Haanen. Lorenzo Cioni of France and James Igosi of United States, row 2. Santiago Valve of Hungary and Marius Christensen of Denmark, row 3. Lucas Badanovics of Argentina and Adrian Maliero of Portugal, row 4. And Daniel Sugar and Bartolomew Pikotowski, Daniel from Hungary, Bartolomew from Poland, complete the top 10 on row 5. Interesting situation with the Micromax youngsters. Quickest lap, 1 minute 11.48. Confirmation then that there were only 35 of the 36 entrants who went in the qualifying competition, and the only girl amongst the lads, Mai Sada from Sportstill AKK in Slovakia. Sorry, in Slovenia. Gosh, must have made mistakes on my very first opening session. Slovenia, Mai Sada. 1.7 seconds off the full pace. Well, thank you for joining us. Those of you that have done so, please stay with us throughout the day. We're here on KART-DATA.com for the whole of our qualifying session this morning in all of the classes, in all of the groupings of all of the classes, and we're certainly here all afternoon for the racing. In the meantime, I'll take a little break and you can admire the scenery here at Sarno. Welcome back to Sarno, Italy. Just to the centre right of your screen, you can see the gate for the entrance from the covered assembly area. There's the green flag, and here's the first of our carts coming out. This is the Minimax. This is Minimax qualifying practice session. And as soon as the track went live, most of the drivers ready to come out. Remember, don't have to come out when the track goes live, but you do have to come out within 3 minutes of the aid. Beautiful day here at Sarno. Just look at that blue sky at the top of your screen. I have to say it's absolutely idyllic. Blue sky, sunshine, nice and warm, but I've also got to be honest and tell you it has rained more than once in the time we've been here, and when it rains, boy can it rain. But the track has been a little bit of a challenge as a result of that, so it all adds to the, what shall we say, general dynamics, the general challenge is probably the word, to the drivers needing to negotiate on qualifying practice, and the racers. Well, 36 drivers in this class. Once again, we've got just one of them, a lady. As soon as I can tell you, let me just have a quick peek who's gone well previously. I'll do so in this. In Minimax, the guys that caught the eye were Hugh Barter of Australia, quickest in one and second quickest in another session. James Wharton of Australia also went quite well. This morning when I left the hotel, there's one of the karting mums said, "Excuse me, are you going to the track? Is there any chance you could give me a lift?" Well, that was Mrs. Jennifer Mars from Indiana, or Indianapolis, I think, and her son Luca Mars is kart 51, and he was fastest in one of the sessions, so she's expecting big things from him. The lady in this race, incidentally, or in this qualifying session, is kart 72, Valeria Vargas, and she is from Colombia. The only lady racing in her country in this class, also plays volleyball. And on her CV, somebody had written, "She's always smiling." Well, I've only spoken to her once, and that was at the chassis raffle, and she was indeed smiling. So good luck to Valeria, the one girl amongst 35 lads. 36 lads we've got, 36 drivers, 35 lads and the one girl. Ziggy Kerman Shashi has now come out, so all of the 36 drivers are on track. So most of them now have done a couple of laps, and Arias Dukmejian, who is a Korean American, is the quickest at the moment. Well, he was when I looked at the screen seconds ago at 1 minute 8.837, but now 1 minute 8.815. Ben Doer of Germany, one of two brothers, Richard Doer and Ben Doer. Ben is the youngster in Minimax, 1 minute 8 or 68.81. But now Kobe Pauwels of Belgium. Well, Kobe and his father came up to me early on Sunday and said, "Hey, do you remember us?" And I said, "Well, yes, I do, because you drive rather quickly." Well, he's driving rather quickly now. 68.7 puts Kobe Pauwels of Belgium top of the chart. Ben Doer of Germany, 68.81. And Una Eureka of Finland. Una Eureka, kart number 53. Una Oskari Eureka, yes, I'm saying that name correctly according to my notes. He now goes quick at 68.628. Hugh Barter of Australia is just 5/1000th of a second slower at 68.633. Kobe Pauwels of Belgium, 68.727. There, going across the bottom of your screen, 30 Vargas. Well, that's the only girl amongst the lads. Valeria Vargas, kart number 72. Just goes a little bit quicker since that caption went through. Mari Boyer of Italy, 68.161. Johnny Edgar of Great Britain, 68.35. And another Dutchman. The Dutch are going well, aren't they? Rick Cohen, the 1, 2 and 3 just presently. 68.351 for Johnny Edgar, 68.354 for Rick Cohen, 68.16 for Mari Boia of Italy. One of the things that caught my eye on the driver bios is Rasmus Vendelbo of Denmark. Now, he's not the first person named Rasmus Vendelbo that has raced in a Rotax World Final or a Rotax Euro Challenge as well. But this Rasmus Vendelbo, one of his hobbies is dog training. So, how many kart drivers do we know also do dog training? Mari Boia quickest, 68.1. Johnny Edgar second quickest, 68.351. Rick Cohen, 68.354. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Arias Dugmijan of USA, fourth quickest, 68.36. And Jaden Els of South Africa, 68.50. Oh, a warning flag in a qualifying competition. Ruben Kuhn, kart number 70. Ruben Kuhn, 11-year-old from Hungary, the Hungarian Minimax champion. He's out there for qualifying practice and he's got a warning flag. Tut tut. James Wharton of Australia now, fifth quickest. Jaden Els of South Africa being relegated to sixth. Hey, the Cedars! Let's hear it for the Cedars of Lebanon, because kart 69, Sammy Joe Narkle, Sammy Joe is seventh quickest out there, 68.50. So good to see the smaller nations going well, especially when it's a struggle for them to get into international competition, either because of geography or sometimes politics gets in the way a little bit. But it's principal nations 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Mari Boia of Italy 1, 68.16. Johnny Edgar of Great Britain 2, 68.18. And Enzo Julie of France, third quickest, 68.26. En troisième place le Français, Enzo Julie. Ah, Kobe Powell's though, he goes third quickest. Kobe Powell's of Belgium, 68.20 now. Less than a minute remaining, in fact only about half a minute remaining. Mari Boia on provisional pole with a time of 68.16. Johnny Edgar of Great Britain provisionally joining him on the front row. 20 seconds remaining in the session. Ziggy Kerman Shashi, kart number 83, whose name you just saw. When I first saw that name, I thought, gosh, how am I going to manage to pronounce that at racing speed for him and his brother Tamor in one of the senior classes? Well, in the end, it didn't seem quite so hard to say as it did to look at. Maria Jose Boia Abadia is the entrant for Mari Boia, and as our caption shows, he's the quickest at the end of 8 minutes. Is anybody on a flyer, or does Mari Boia secure for himself pole position in in this afternoon's racing? Johnny Edgar of Great Britain, 68.181. Actually, Mari Boia went even faster on his final lap, and whereas the gap between him and Johnny Edgar was about 0.02 of a second, it's now actually 0.24 of a second, very nearly a quarter of a second quicker. And in qualifying practice terms, that's quite a big margin. Hope you're enjoying the pictures that you're seeing. There's the railway line behind the VIP area. No VIP is sitting on the veranda at the moment, but it is a little bit early in the competition, just the second outing. Minimax qualifying practice. Nice picture there of the meteorology, if you will. The clouds this morning when I drove in were low on the peaks, and it looked for all the world as if it was a snow-covered mountain top, but not so, they were just the low clouds. So Mari Boia and Johnny Edgar will be the front row when we go racing this afternoon in Minimax. Kobe Powells and Hadrian David will be the second row, because Hadrian David put his fastest time in, 68.258, on his final lap. Row 3, Enzo Julie and Rick Cohen. Enzo Julie of France, Rick Cohen of Netherlands. The Dutch going well so far, aren't they? Arias Duke Median gets on the 4th row with Ruben Kuhn of Hungary. Well, some of these Minimax lads having to be pointed to very pointedly, aren't they? Our marshal's just saying, no, don't come in twos, please go in a single file. Well, they were Minimax. 82 at the forefront of your screen is Andrea Bertuzzi of Jamaica. Great to see the Jamaicans. Bertuzzi's a little bit more of an Italian name than Jamaican, isn't it? Kart 80 you see there is Mari Boyer, our pole sitter. And he's a good driver, but he's finding it a little hard to push kart number 80, isn't he? Just behind him, 79, is Rasmus Vendelbo. 55 in the middle of your screen that you see is Tim Melzer of Romania. He didn't go quite so well. Tim was a fair little bit down. Valeria Vargas, incidentally, of Colombia, the only girl amongst the 35 boys. A little bit off the pace, I'm afraid. She was in 32nd place. Best time of 69.23 as against 67.9 of the pole sitter. So the lady will be having to start a little bit further back than most. Confirmation then that Mari Boyer and Johnny Edgar are the front row. Kobe Pauwels and David Hadrian are row 2. Enzo Julie and Rick Cohen row 3. Arias Duke Median and Ruben Kuhn row 4. The top 10 completed by Frenchman Victor Bernier and the Aussie James Wharton. Karl Marcus Say in 11th place. Karl Marcus Say with the Estonian flag. Doesn't sound a very Estonian name. He'll be with Jaden Els, the South African, on row 6. Sami Joe Narkel from Lebanon on row 7 with Luka Nurmi of Finland. Another Finn, Eureka Una Oskari and Hugh Barter of Australia at row 8. Ben Dora of Germany and Ashton Torgerson of the United States on row 9. Rafael Camara of Brazil and Carles Martinez of Mexico, kart number 62, sorry, not of Mexico, of Italy, will complete the top 20 on row 10. Confirmation on our screen that in 32nd place was the one girl amongst the lads, Valeria Vargas. But remember what I said earlier on? Valeria Vargas, kart number 32, the only girl in her competition. In that competition in her country, I think is what I'm trying to say. Always smiles, does Valeria. Well, she's not gone so well in qualifying practice. Hope she's still smiling. So, these guys that you're looking at are the ones scheduled to come out next, which are the juniors. I'll just give you a break from my voice, but be with you as soon as the track goes live. So the track goes live, as you see, and most of the drivers coming out pretty promptly. Of the drivers that went well in non-qualifying practice, Cody Brzezinski of Australia, he was second quickest in one of the sessions, looked impressive. Matthew Payne of New Zealand was fastest in one of them. Probably for consistency, I would have said Axel Charpentier of Great Britain, the RGMMC Rotax Euro Challenge champion. Third quickest in one session, second quickest in another, seventh quickest in another, but always in and about the top 10. Lucas Dunner of Austria went quite well. He had one session where he was quickest. Perdana Minang of Indonesia, 3 times at least in the top 10 in those 5 sessions, one of them second quickest. Well, once again, my name's Ken Walker. It's my considerable pleasure and privilege to be able to bring commentary to you. In the junior class, we've got a driver with a camera, and our drivers carrying the cameras, it's Ollie Caldwell. Ollie Caldwell, number 111, looking at the moment at 155, which is another British driver. Jonathan Hoggard, that's Jonathan Hoggard, glancing over his shoulder, and Ollie Caldwell, another Brit, following him. And our thanks to Ollie for permitting us to put the onboard camera. I'm being a little bit gracious when I say our thanks to him, because it is actually written in the regs that you must comply with that request if the request is made. Have to say, not everybody has been so gracious about it, and some KART-DATA have declined to put the cameras, but it is in the regs that if you are requested to carry a camera, you should do so. And so in all of the classes of juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 masters, we will have an onboard camera. So nobody has yet done a lap in anger. Quickest of those that have... Oh, I should have mentioned Rupanen of Finland is the quickest on the opening lap at 64.42, and he had, I think it was 2 consecutive fastest laps in non-qualifying practice, so a driver in form coming into the competition in the preliminaries would definitely be Rupanen. And confirmation from Jill, who does the numbers. All 36 drivers in the class are on circuit. So it was only Jimmy Helios of France who didn't come out in his class in Micromax so far that has not taken to the circuit. Going across your screen at the bottom, 15 Claude, 15th position. The lady in 15th place, the only girl in the class, Léonie Claude of France, KART 153. Léonie Claude of France, and at the moment 15th quickest. So in the top half of the drivers, Marco Settimo gets into the 63s quite quickly, 63.9 for Marco Settimo. Then a couple in 64.0, which is another Italian, Michael Rosina, 64.03, and a Canadian, Andres de Alba, 64.08. Andres de Alba in KART number 131 is from Quebec City and is the 2016 national champion of Canada in his first grand final. Marco Settimo, KART number 169, was a world finalist last year in the Rotax Max World Challenge Grand Finals. So most of the quicker drivers have now done a second lap, and Marco Settimo's quick time is 63.90. Michael Rosina's 64.0. Oh, and that changes because Michael's just done a 63.65. That's a lot closer to Marco. So Italians 1 and 2 at the moment. Matthias Ramirez, third quickest, 63.89. Andres de Alba of Canada, 63.93 is fourth quickest. And Nicholas Bruckner, KART number 113. Nicholas Bruckner from Hockley in Texas. The Texan, Nicholas Bruckner, fifth quickest with 64.00. Rupanen of Finland, who was very impressive in non-qualifying practice, sixth quickest at the moment with 3 minutes remaining. Mari Boyer in the Minimax had a quick time of 67. And already you can see the juniors with the greater power availability going much quicker. 3 to 4 laps, 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than the Minimax youngsters who've just gone in. Leonie Claude still in 15th place, as our graphic shows. Well, Marco Canillas getting a warning flag. Oh dear, dear, dear. This is only qualifying practice, we're not even racing. But Marco Canillas from Paraguay in South America in kart 105 has got a driving standards flag. He's not in the top 30, so he's not going too quickly, 65.42. But he has been going too aggressively, if that's the way to say it. Axel Charpentier at the moment, not in the top 30, but we're expecting that to change quickly. Ollie Caldwell, with our camera on board, is 15th quickest at the moment. Axel Charpentier, who wasn't in the top 30, is now 23rd quickest in kart 129. 1.5 minutes remaining in the session. Confirmation on our graphic that Marco Settimo in kart 169, you saw him on screen there, well done to our cameraman. This is the fastest driver on the circuit, just dipping his head. 169 is Marco Settimo. Nice feel to this circuit, no question about it. We're in the foothills of Vesuvius. It's 1,547 metres long. There are 12 turns in total, 5 to the left, 7 to the right, and 9 metres wide, as our fastest driver on the circuit continues round 169 Marco Settimo. See if he goes any quicker. His previous lap, 63.480. 63.48. Sweeping round now. The awning you see to the upper part of your circuit, where all of the karts are based. Coming now onto the home circuit, home straight. Let's see how quick he goes this time. Goes a little bit quicker, 63.444. So our cameras, following the quickest man round, are doing so to good purpose. Got himself nicely placed, hasn't he, Marco Settimo? There's not a soul anywhere near him. In front of him, that is. There's about 12 kart lengths between himself and the driver chasing. The 8 minutes has expired. Is anybody on a flyer, or are we going to have an all... we are! I was going to say, are we going to have an all-Italian front row? No, we are not, because Zsombor Kovac, kart 171. Zsombor Kovac of Hungary goes quickest, 63.42, and Ollie Caldwell, carrying out camera, goes quickest, 63.32. It's an all-British front row, because Jonathan Hoggard has done 63.36. So Marco Settimo, who was the fastest for most of the time, he won't have set a fastest there, I wouldn't have thought. He has! Well, Marco Settimo, early in the lap, our camera caught the action. He got himself with his hands crossed ever so slightly, and I thought that was going to take just enough off him for not to get an improvement, but he did. He worked hard in those last few yards, and Marco Settimo of Italy will start on pole position when we go racing this afternoon, and Ollie Caldwell of Great Britain will join him on the front row. Ollie Caldwell on the front row will be... I'm sorry, I'm talking as if it's a one session. It's a two session, of course it is. The marker down is 63.209. Sorry, getting carried away as if I was still with the, what shall I say, youngsters as opposed to the younger drivers. These were the 125 junior max odd numbers. The youngsters only coming out in one grouping were micro max and mini max. Just looking a little bit further down, Axel Charpentier, who comes to this event as the driver in form from his domestic and European racing, just 9th quickest in that session, so he may well be a little bit disappointed with that. Maybe he will feel he could have done a little better. I think Michael de Orlando from New York, from Hartsdale, will be a little disappointed to be outside the top 15 in 16th place. Leonie Claude, there's Marco Settimo. Cheerful lad when we speak with him, as most of them are, bless them. Michael Rossina just walking past and giving his Italian compatriot a congratulatory slap. The lady in the centre of the screen is Janine Lauer of France, one of our scrutineers. We don't have many lady scrutineers, but Janine is one of them. So, confirmation then that the challenge for the drivers in Junior Max even numbers is to go quicker than 63.209, fastest time set by Marco Settimo. Ollie Caldwell has gone pretty fast at 63.325, another Brit third quickest, Jonathan Hoggard. Jonathan Hoggard has been racing in seniors this year, but qualified as a junior in this one. Andres de Alba of Canada fourth quickest. Late on, Jean-Bor Kovac went really swift. There was a moment when I thought he was going quickest of everyone, but most people's last lap was a quick one. Of course, if the track is going to get a little bit drier as the morning goes on, then you might think that the drivers coming out second in these groupings is going to have the advantage, but it remains to be seen. Okay, I think Jenny can talk to one of the drivers down there. Let's go down to Jenny Wade now.
One of our local drivers, Marco, pole position provisional for the first session. How was it?
Molto bello per la prima posizione, è andato abbastanza bene e cerchiamo di migliorare sempre.
Very good, and looking forward to the racing now?
Sì, vediamo, non so, vediamo come fanno il secondo gruppo, come si classificheranno e vediamo.
Okay, so good luck, well done.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Well, I wasn't able to hear what was said by Marco Settimo to Jenny, but hopefully you were able to hear what the lad said, and he looked pretty pleased with himself, didn't he? And so he should be. 63.209, the challenge for the juniors coming out next with even numbers.
Ollie, now very, very close for the qualifying. How was it?
Yeah, I think it went really well. Seeing as through practice we haven't been up the top. We've had a few problems, but we've managed to pull it back for qualifying. So front row, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you should be, I think, happy. And of course, we got some great weather today and maybe some rain on the way.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting if it rains, but qualifying was dry, so we know we're quick in the dry, so now we've got to see if we are in the wet as well.
I'm sure you will be. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Jenny getting a quick word with Ollie Caldwell as well, and as you can see now, we have the juniors with even numbers coming out, and we know the challenge, and they know the challenge. And do we get it right in our theory that the track is getting warmer and faster all of the time, in which case maybe we'll get a pole sitter from this group. Well, congratulations to our cameraman picking up that incident. It's not often that we get the first incident of a race morning session or a qualifying practice session with somebody clipping cones on the exit from the assembly area, but there we are. Well done to our cameraman, well done to the KART-DATA technicians all together, doing a great job for us here. I suppose the best thing to say about that little incident was absolutely no harm done, but a little bit odd. Okay, 63.209. Does anyone go any quicker? Okay, all 36 of those guys are on the circuit, in which case all 72 entrants in the class have got themselves onto the circuit for qualifying practice. Really don't wish any misfortune on anybody, for goodness sake. I wouldn't wish any misfortune on anyone, but always seems a horrible start to a competition if you don't get out in qualifying competition, or if you get out in the qualifying competition, have an issue on the opening lap, don't even set a time, and are then told, okay, you carry on in the competition, but all your starts are from the back row. Once again, a big thank you to those of you joining us online. We do appreciate you being with us. My name's Ken Walker. It's my 17th Rotax World, sorry, my 14th of the 17 Rotax World Finals. So coming towards the end of my career doing this little task for you, and I have to say it's always been the most pleasurable one. Thanks for tuning in. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go in the session, and on the opening laps, Ryan McDermott, the Canadian driver, goes 64.268. Ryan in kart number 132 is from Whitby, Ontario, and he qualified here from the Eastern Canadian Championship. Laszlo Server of Hungary goes quick. Laszlo Server, a world finalist in 2014, I do believe. Been here before, first of the 63s. Ryan McDermott meets him though to go even quicker, 63.72. Samuel Lupien of Canada, 63.74. So Canadians 1 and 2 at the moment. .72 by Ryan McDermott is in kart number 132. I try to do the gentlemanly thing and give the girls a mention, the ladies a mention when they're out, but it's an all guys session at the moment. No ladies, all fellas. Ryan McDermott at 63.721 is 0.027 of a second quicker than fellow Canadian Samuel Lupien. Samuel comes from Quebec. He qualified from the US Open. Ryan McDermott qualified from the Eastern Canadian Series. Samuel Lupien goes quicker, 63.51. 63.51 for Samuel Lupien. That would put him 9th overall at the moment. So with 3 minutes to go, Samuel Lupien knows that he's starting no lower back than the 5th row, but there's time to do even better. Matthias Lund of Denmark, 63.67. Matthias Lund And driver 112 gets a driving standards flag, which is Mark Kimber from Great Britain. Well, I always, I don't know, I have a little wry smile on my face, but I shouldn't. We're only in qualifying practice. Well, we are in competition, but warning flags when we're not even gone racing yet. Mark Kimber, the naughty boy in the eyes of one of our officials presently. There is the flag being shown. That black and white flag is being shown to Mark Kimber in kart number 112. Let me look how quickly Mark is going. And the answer to my own question is not terribly quickly at the moment. Mark Kimber is only just in the top 20. In fact, he slips out of the top 20. 64.46 when Samuel Lupien is quicker. 63.23. That makes him second quickest overall. So Samuel Lupien now gets himself into the top 2 on aggregate. Just under 2 minutes remaining in the session, and as things stand at the moment, Samuel Lupien will be starting on the outside of the front row with Massimo Settimo, kart number 169, sorry, Marco Settimo on pole as things stand at the moment, but there's 1 minute 30 remaining, so time for a couple more laps for most of these guys on the track. Joe Turney goes quick, 63.491 from Great Britain. Christian Fleeter from Brazil goes fourth quickest, 63.621. We're looking at Samuel Lupien on track in kart number 130. Padana Minang goes top. Padana Minang in kart 172. Padana Minang goes 63.045, which puts him on provisional pole. Provisional pole with just under a minute to go. Padana Putra Minang, originally from Malaysia, now racing as an Indonesian licensed driver. Either way, from Southeast Asia, Padana Minang. Padana Minang, 63.04. Fastest of the guys out there. And fastest in this and the previous class. 30 seconds remaining. Well, there was our fastest guy previously, Samuel Lupien. Let's have a look where he's gone. Well, he actually drops a place, Samuel, because Titus Shanghai Schmidli from Switzerland, if you were, that he goes second quickest overall. If you were to say the name Titus Shanghai Schmidli and say, where do you think a guy with a name like that comes from, you probably wouldn't say Switzerland. Hey, and the Japanese are in the act. Hibiki Taira. Hibiki Taira goes 63.11, and that puts him second quickest overall. Padana Minang quickest overall. The checkered flag's out. Hibiki Taira second quickest overall as we stand. Is anybody on a remaining flyer? Where is Samuel Lupien? Samuel Lupien, I think, has not taken the checkered flag. So, is there a late twist in the tail? Here come some other finishers, and yes! Ryan McDermott of Canada goes quickest. Ryan McDermott, 63.01. Right at the end, gets overall pole position to start the racing on the front row with Padana Minang of Indonesia. Indonesia via Malaysia. So, one of the more dramatic qualifying competitions, deep into injury time if it was a soccer game when the winning goal is scored. Well, Ryan McDermott of Canada puts himself on pole position when we go racing Junior Max this afternoon. Joining him on the front row will be Padana Minang. On the second row will be Hibiki Taira of Japan and Titus Shanghai Schmidli. On the third row, I think that might be Marco Settimo, not sure. We'll wait for the official call. No, it won't. Yes, it will be. It will be Marco Settimo. So, Ryan McDermott and Padana Minang, the front row. Hibika Taira and Titus Shanghai Schmidley, row 2. Hibiki Taira will be on row 2. Samuel Lupian on row 3. And Samuel Lupian will be with Marco Settimo. Well done, guys. Well done, everyone. Hope you enjoyed our coverage of the junior qualifying competition. Seniors coming out next. Senior odd due out next. I'll just take a short break.
Ryan, how are you feeling now? Pretty fast lap, huh?
Yeah, amazing. Worked out perfectly. Great draft, everything. It was just perfect lap.
Yeah. Are you enjoying being here in Italy? Long way from home?
Yeah, really long way from home. Yeah, it's really nice here. Really beautiful scenery. Like track layout, it's great. Italy, awesome.
And what about the competition?
Competition, hardest I've ever raced against. You know, it's my first Worlds, and it's everything I expected. Hard, fast, and close, and it's great.
Yeah, well, congratulations. It's exciting. It was really an exciting session for us, especially at the end there. So I guess you're all ready now for the race this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Confirmation then that the aggregated ranking puts Ryan McDermott, who we've just heard from Canada, on pole position alongside Padana Minang from Indonesia via Malaysia. Row 2, Hibiki Taira and Titus Shanghai Schmidley. Marco Settimo, quickest in the first session, will go on the inside of row 3 alongside another Canadian, Samuel Lupian. So 2 Canadians in the front 3 rows. Cody Brzezinski of Australia and Max Pilka of Poland, row 4, and Aito Sorazabal from Spain and Joe Turney from Great Britain completing the top 10 on row 5. Ollie Caldwell, carrying our camera, will start on row 7, 13th quickest. Big surprise there, if I may say so, as a karting journalist, is Axel Charpentier of Great Britain, qualifying only 27th quickest. Of course, all is not lost. It's racing that wins the races, not qualifying. But Axel would have liked to have been a lot nearer the start than that. Had a great season domestically and in the Rotax Euro Challenge and in the International Open last week as well. Mark Kimber going to be disappointed as well, 35th, very disappointing. Well, the lady in the class from France, Leonie Claude, she can say, I made the top 50. She did, she was 49th. So well done, well done. Bonne chance, Leonie. So the 125 Max, the senior odd-numbered drivers coming out next, the senior odd-numbered drivers. And some very, very, very good talent amongst these guys. Just telling you those that went well in non-qualifying practice. Josh White, I think 4 times was in the top 10. Denis Mavlanov of Russia, twice in the top 10. Mario Novak of Austria, 3rd quickest, 5th quickest and 6th quickest, so he was consistent. Dylan Drysdale had a good one. But none more so than Berkay Besler of Turkey. Quickest, 2nd quickest, quickest again in 3 consecutive sessions. Berkay Besler is kart number 247, scheduled out in this particular session. Good luck to everyone. Let's see the times when they come on. Thank you again to those of you joining us online. Really appreciate you being with us. I'm Ken Walker, working on behalf of Rotax and on behalf of KART-DATA, www.kart-data.com. Pictures. Well, a nice picture of the gathered mechanics and interested parties. It's like an unusual picture. The intensity of the concentration. Oh my goodness, nobody's completed a full lap and we've got a warning flag. João Cunha, kart 207 from Brazil, has a driving standards flag. Our drivers just getting the first of their full-time laps in, and before any of them did, João Cunha had a warning flag, 207. João Cunha is from Brazil, as I said. Just trying to see when he went out. Went out fairly late. I wonder if he went out and didn't respect where other people on fast laps were. That rather annoys me when I see that happen. But that's merely conjecture on my part. I don't know because I didn't see it. Berkay Besler, who I suggested was one of the most impressive in non-qualifying practice. One of the later ones to go out. Christian Brooks, 3rd quickest at the moment, kart 235. Challenge of the Americas champion. Say hi to my good friend Mr. Andy Seisman, who won the challenge, who promoted the Challenge of Americas when I was regularly going to the United States. So one driver has not yet come out, still a driver to emerge. Well, let me start telling you times, because now that people have got 2 laps in, it gets more relevant. Ferel Pratama from Indonesia, 62.56. We just had Perdana Minang from Indonesia go well. In juniors, Ferel Pratama of Indonesia in seniors, 62.56. Jesper Sjöberg of Sweden, 62.66. And Rocco Tancredi of Italy, 3rd quickest, 62.89. João Cunha of Brazil is 5th quickest, 63.14, but on a warning flag. Berkay Besler, who I promoted, if you will, as a potential fast driver, also gets himself into the top 10 on his opening couple of laps, 63.14. But Ferel Pratama, 62.56. And both of the fastest 2 have done 63 seconds on their subsequent laps, so squeeze those early ones. Oh, and Jack McCarthy gets a warning flag, kart 251. Jack McCarthy from Great Britain, a world finalist in this event last year, has not started this year terribly well. He's got a warning flag, kart number 251. Oh, and more driving standards flags. 207 was a warning flag. Sorry, I told you that. No, excuse me. The wrong message I'm getting. We do now have 35 drivers out. We're still trying to find who has not come out, but in the fullness of time, we shall no doubt know. Farel Pratama of Indonesia, 62.56. He's just on a 62.89, so he's back into the... And Berkay Besler goes second quickest, 62.589. Third quickest, Jesper Sjöberg, 62.640. We have just 2 minutes remaining. Third quickest now is Bruno Bolido of Portugal, 62.619. So, Farel Pratama, 62.56. Berkay Besler, 62.58. It's changing because Zach Clement de Mello has gone quicker and Berkay Besler has gone quicker. So Berkay Besler of Turkey is now quickest, 62.30. Yuk Ibanez of Spain, 62.47 is second quickest. Pascal Pouk of the United Arab Emirates, 62.528. A big hi to all my friends back in the UAE, especially those listening at Al Ain Raceway. We usually have the monitor on at Al Ain Raceway. Have, of course, stage 2 Rotax Grand Challenge, World Challenge Grand Finals at Al Ain Raceway. Hi to you all. Pascal Pouk making his presence felt. So less than a minute remaining and Berkay Besler on provisional pole. These are the odd-numbered drivers, even-numbered drivers to follow. Alessandro Trombelli goes second quick. Oh, and a new number one. 241 is Viktor Velezhinsky of Poland. Viktor Velezhinsky of Poland goes 62.277. And Berkay Besler has to be erased from the number one slot, or at least until he finishes another lap, he does. Silvano Christian of Indonesia. Oh yeah, let's just have a look at this incident. I didn't see that at the time, and I'm hearing about it in my... Well, not very clever that, was it? Kart number 243 on 247. Well, 243 was Gary Donnelly of Ireland and 247 was Berkay Besler. So Berkay Besler is not going to be thanking the Irishman terribly gratefully. Berkay Besler drops out of the top two because Felipe Largue has gone second quickest. So 62.277 for Viktor Velezhinsky, 62.294 for Felipe Largue, and third quickest Berkay Besler, 62.309. Well, things happen. Berkay Besler had 5 very quick laps and a lap where he was tagged, which was not a quick one. Gary Donnelly, incidentally, 25th quickest, a quick time of 62.916. Okay, I take a little break from talking with you. You take a little break from hearing me talking. Confirmation that Viktor Velezhinsky was the quickest in that session with a time of 62.27. Filippo Laghi of Italy was next best, 62.294. Berkay Besler, before he had the contact on that final lap, was third quickest, 62.309. Rocco Tancredi makes it 2 Italians in the top 4, 62.332. Christian Silvano keeps the good form of the Indonesians with the 5th quickest, driving for Cartmore KRS Motorsport. Alessandro Trombelli driving for the similarly named KR Sport, 6th quickest. Only qualified for here 1 week ago at the International Open at Adria, promoted by RGMMC. Colton McCochen of Canada's 7th quickest. Hugh Ibanez, 8th quickest. Sergei Travnikov, 9th quickest. And Zach Clement de Mello of Canada completing the top 10. This is, of course, in just the odd number category. The evens due to come out next.
Pole position provisional for this group.
Yeah, I'm quite. I can't believe it because I'm completely not satisfied from my run. I had big traffic on my fastest lap. There was a crash up here on the exit on the straight. So for me it was something horrible. But yeah, I still don't believe you. So I need to see the results and then.
Okay, so maybe horrible is good for you when you can make it fast.
I don't know for sure. In my opinion, I could go much faster. But yeah, that's all about the big events. That's the traffic. It's normal. But yeah, that's good. I'm fine.
So you're all ready for this afternoon's race? You feel confident now?
Yeah, for the whole weekend, I'm quite satisfied. We have good speed. We are making progress from every session. So yeah, it's good.
Okay, well done. And yeah, we look forward to this afternoon. See you hopefully on the front row.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Two, three, four. Nearest to camera is Ruben Verkild from Norway. Just opposite him, KART 212. Sofian Salhi from Algeria. I do believe that's the first time we've had a driver from Algeria in the grand finals. All of these karts, of course, Sodi karts, as the chassis clearly shows. Well, a nice innovative camera view there from our cameraman. Not sure if that was Thomas, didn't quite catch who it was, but ground level view of the exit from the assembly area. A view of carts that you don't often see. These, of course, the senior max even numbers, and they have the challenge set down already. Victor Velezinski, 62.277. If you'd like pole position in this afternoon's first race, that's fine, but you must go quicker than 62.277 to get it. Our onboard camera in the senior class. Nicholas Schürl from Austria. Whenever we see Nicholas Schürl, I am reminded that I made him a promise some time ago. Next time I was talking about him, got to say hi to Marcel Kienbauer. Got to mention Marcel Kienbauer for Nicholas Schürl, for all of the help that Marcel gives him. Happy to do it. Happy to do so. Driving standards flag already. It doesn't take long for them to come, does it? Diego Ferro, kart number 224. Diego Ferro in kart 224 is from Lima, Peru, 16 years of age. Began racing when he was 12. Well, now at 16 years of age, he's in a grand finals, but he's picked up a driving standards flag, a warning flag, before he's completed a lap. Jan Schwitter is the first driver to do 2 laps, and he's posted 63.439 on his second one. Already going quicker is, well, oh, let's not mention that name. Well, no, there was somebody going quicker still, and so we'll do it this way round. Nicholas Szabo, kart 210 from Slovakia in his 3rd world final. Nicholas Szabo, 62.92. Ruben Kverkild from Norway. Ruben, 63.41, his 2nd quickest, and Jan Schwitter from Switzerland, 63.439, 3rd quickest in this session. So 62.923 by Nicholas Szabo in this particular session, which now has 4.5 minutes just under remaining. Nicholas Szabo is kart number 210. You spot him? I could give you a little bit of help by saying he's in a Sodi kart, but then so are the 35 other ones. So on board with Nicholas Schürl, putting you right at the heart of the action, isn't it? 222 in front of him is Adrien Renaudin of France. Renaudin Team France, rather nice race suits, as you see, somebody at the side of the circuit not circulating. I think that might be 228, which is Gianfranco Mazzaferro of Canada, not 100% sure. Well, Nicholas Schürl is going well. Going well according to our pictures, that was what I'm trying to say. He'll not thank me for saying he's going well in a lowly position. He's not now in the early stages as he was when we first caught sight of him. Peter Betzel quickest out there at 62.209, so that will be 62.209 fastest overall, yes. Peter Betzel is already fastest overall. Francisco Darda, Peter Betzel from the Czech Republic, Francisco Darga from Argentina, 62.27, and 3rd quickest, Chris Dreispring of Germany, 62.30. Chris Dreispring went really well in the wet yesterday. Nicholas Schürl at the moment, who's got our camera, is in 6th place at the moment. Well, having said that, he drops a couple of places at least. Denis Mavlanov of Russia now goes 5th quickest. 2:36, which is the Mexican, Javier Gonzalez Giardello. And Felix Varga goes quicker. Adrien Renaudin, we saw Adrien Renaudin in front of our own camera on Nicolas Schurl's kart, but Adrien Renaudin of Team France now 62.017. Le pilote plus vite, le français Adrien Renaudin. 1 minute 2 secondes point 017 en première place. Félix Varga, a French-speaking Belgian, in 2nd place. En 2e place, le Belgique, Félix Varga. Son meilleur temps, 1 minute 2 secondes point 101. Alors, France 1, la Belgique 2, not now, because Denis Mavlanov of Russia goes quickest. Denis Mavlanov, 61.917. And that, well, that doesn't stay at the top long, does it? Because someone else is coming through. Mario Novak. Mario Novak in kart 220 from Austria. Mario Novak goes quickest at 61.735 with just over a minute remaining. And that makes him quickest of all. Those drivers who are coming out in these second sessions are getting an advantage over those who came out in the first sessions in these classes that are split. Just looking a little bit further down, 260 is Pierre Runic of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and I mention him not because he's going terribly well. He's at 25th place at the moment, but good to have a driver from Bosnia and Herzegovina appearing in a Rotax Grand Finals. Half a minute remaining, 30 seconds to go. Mario Novak is the quick guy out there by 0.18 of a second over everybody else. And just to indicate to you that Viktor Velazhinsky, who was quickest in the previous track, is only 16th quickest overall. So the top 16 here are the top 16 or top 15 overall, because it's that much faster now on track. Just one of those little things, unfortunately. Track getting drier, track getting warmer, track getting faster. So, is anybody on a late flyer? Happened previously. Nicolas Charbot, is he due to come through? He's 3rd quickest at the moment. Well, I'm guessing not, as I look at the screen and try and peep out of the... Mario Novak and Denis Mavlanov will be the front row when we go racing this afternoon. Mario Novak, 61.735. Denis Mavlanov, I'll say that again. Denis Mavlanov, 61.91 on the front row. Nicolas Charbot of Slovakia, row 2. Adrien Renaudin of France joining him on the 2nd row. So 236. On the 3rd row is Javier Gonzalez Giardello of Mexico. Javier Gonzalez Giardello, 5th quickest. Glenn van Paris of Belgium. In fact, 3 Belgians in a row. 6th quickest Glenn van Paris will be an all Belgian row 4 with Noah Rouvers and Felix Varga. And the top 10 will be completed by Peter Betzel of Czech Republic and João Rosate of Brazil. So, confirmation of the qualifying practice combined results. Mario Novak wins the competition with a time of 61.735. Denis Mavlanov will join him on the front row. Austria and Russia on the front row when we go racing this afternoon. Nicolas Jarbot of Slovakia and Adrien Renaudin of France, row 2. Javier González Giardello is on row 3 with Glenn Van Paris of Belgium. Javier González, by the way, from Mexico. Row 4, 2 more Belgians. Noah Rovers, Noah with an English mum and a Belgian father, and Felix Varge are row 4. Peter Betzl of the Czech Republic and João Rosate of Brazil complete our top 10 on row 5. Viktor Velezhinsky, who was fastest in the first session, only makes 17th best and starts on row 9. So those who were in the first session will be feeling a little disappointed that they weren't going out. Okay, Jenny's got the pole sitter with her. We'll go down and talk with Jenny Wade.
Okay, now I'm here with Mario. He's a little bit nervous about speaking, but he did tell me he thought he had pole position. You want to tell us, Mario?
Yeah, I'm really happy about my pole position, and I will have a really fast lap. I think I can did it very more faster, because the second lap was not so fast, and so I reached that. This was okay, the first lap, and I think this was very fast.
It was very fast. I think the guys in the first session were just going, that's not possible.
Okay, thank you.
Well done. Very fast session. How was it for you?
It was really fast. I'm happy. I have good track position, and after I just push like I can, and
it worked.
That was, yeah, it worked.
I think yesterday in the practice you were also quite fast, finding a good setup. So today, dry conditions?
Yeah, yesterday we was again fast, not so like today, but we try something which work with chassis, with other, and today I just concentrate on the quali and push one lap, and it's cool.
It's cool. It's great to see Russia up there at the front of the grid, so we wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, coming out onto the circuit now, these are the DD2 Masters with odd numbers. And if you were with us earlier this morning at the introduction with myself, Ken Walker and Jenny Wade, you will have heard me say that I believe that this is the most competitive class of all. Of the 6 classes here this weekend, I believe that DD2 Masters has more strength in depth than any of the other classes. We always expect strength in depth in Rotax racing, but it's a particularly heavy in talent, an experienced field in the E2 Masters, led by the defending champion. 401 is Ryan Urban from New Zealand, world finalist in 2014 and the world number 1 in 2015, coming out here to defend his title. Derek Wang from the United States, hugely impressive, and I'm getting the signal from Jill that all 36 drivers are out. So before that 3-minute cut-off, before even 2 minutes cut-off, all 36 drivers out. First one to show on top of my chart is Jonathan Peters, South Africa. The time's not representative at 1 minute 12.3, but I mentioned Jonathan Peters because he was racing in the first ever Rotax World Final that I commentated on, and that was in 2003. So Jonathan Peters, who's taken 10 years out of the sport, coming back now. He's late 30s, I think. Just double check if I've got his age on the chart. No, just that he's been out of karting for 10 years. I mentioned Derek Wang moments ago. He's just gone through third quickest. Hey! And 419 has gone fourth quickest, which is William Cleveland. 59 years of age, William Cleveland, in kart 419, and 45 years in karting. Can you believe it? Somebody in karting for 45 years at 59 years of age. Well done, sir. Salute you, William Cleveland of the United States. Hey, Scott Campbell goes quickest. Well, he was momentarily quickest outlap, but now Carlos Medina. Why do I raise my voice when Scott Campbell comes out? Well, Scott Campbell's only raced a small matter of 12 Rotax Grand Finals, including, of course, being a vice champion in 2012 and a champion in 2010. He's from Saskatchewan, Canada. Carlos Medina in kart 445. He's from Mexico, and this is his 4th consecutive Grand Final, and right now he's going quickly. 61.308. Brazilian driver who's been impressive in all the preliminaries, Leonardo Nienkurter from the south of Brazil. 61.354 is second quickest at the moment, in front of Scott Campbell, third quickest. Ryan Urban, the defending champion, 5th quickest, but Scott Campbell, the grand old man, goes top of the chart again, followed by Mike Jones from Dallas Karting Complex. And splitting those is the Spaniard, Javier Campo. So with 4.5 minutes to go, just under, Scott Campbell 61.03, Javier Campo 61.06, Mike Jones 61.11, Carlos Medina 61.30, and Leon Nienkurter of Brazil 61.35, completing our top 5. And William Cleveland at 59 years of age, 7th quickest. Well, he drops a place to 8th in kart 419. Scott Campbell's new quick time puts him top of the chart, 61.034, in front of Robert Pesewski of Poland, kart number 427. Excuse me, Robert Pesewski of Austria. Antti Ollikainen and Scott Campbell trade places because Antti Ollikainen briefly went top. Scott Campbell is now top. 60.8 for Scott, 60.9 for Antti Ollikainen. Antti Ollikainen, a most interesting racer, as well as being a very good racer. He's also got an interesting situation off track. He's a politician. He's the chairman of the council back home. So politics and sport does mix. Sometimes it mixes for the wrong reasons, but in the case of Antti Ollikainen, we're happy for you to be the chairman of your council back home. Happy to see you going well here in the Rotax Grand Finals. We've got 2 minutes 50 seconds to go. Just looking a little bit lower down, see if there's any surprises. Christoph Adams, a former world champion, only 24th quickest at the moment. Jan Andreasen never missed any of the first 7 Grand Finals, then took a break out of the sport for about 4 years, but has been in the last couple. He's down in 26th place. No other really obvious surprises lower down the order. Scott Campbell 1, Antti Ollikainen 2, Mike Jones 3, Robert Pesevsky 4, Christian Cornejo I never mentioned, KART 429, he's just gone 5th quickest and he's from Chile in South America. 2 minutes to go, 2 to go. Scott Campbell's quick time of 60.85 is 0.12 of a second quicker than Antti Ollikainen at 60.97, so a significant difference, 0.12 of a second. Really, anybody getting a tenth of a second on the rest of the drivers has found something really good. Coming up to 1.5 minutes to go, 1:30 to go. As you can see from our pictures, just a little bit hazy now. It's not a totally blue sky day. Some white clouds, but perfect racing conditions and perfect qualifying conditions. 4.33 and 4.43 you saw there. 4.33 Mike Jones, 4.43 was Scott Campbell. We picked up Scott because in 4.43 Scott is top of our charts. 4.43 Scott Campbell, having raced in world finals 12 times. I'm just having a look if I can see when Scott qualified. He's from Saskatchewan, he's raced very little this year, but he's the Canadian national champion, 39 years of age. So a 39-year-old is just about coming to his prime in DD2 Masters, in my opinion. Been around, seen it all before, got the experience, and still young enough to say I've got the speed and the reflexes. 20 seconds to go. Scott Campbell 60.85, Antti Ollikainen 60.97, Mike Jones 61.061. See the splits on our screen, so that gives you a good illustration of how competitive it is here. Interesting, in fact, looking at the splits. Just once you've banked a fast lap, that's the relevant thing. The 8 minutes has elapsed. Is anybody on a flyer? Robert Pesevsky's last time didn't come through, so is he on a charge? Is KART number 427? That wasn't KART 427 that we saw on screen there. So no, it looks like Scott Campbell at 60.8 and Antti Ollikainen at 60.9 are the 1 and 2. They were the odds. See what the evens make of it coming out next. And we'll have a camera on board in this one, because Tiffany Chittenden has graciously agreed to accept our camera mounting. Always good when we can bring you to the heart of the action. Big thank you to you for tuning in at all. A big thank you for taking the interest. And if we can put you at the heart of the action with a helmet cam, we will. In fact, in DD2 Masters, DD2, Senior and Junior, that's what we've done for you. So, Scott Campbell 1, Antti Ollikainen 2, Mike Jones 3, Robert Pesevsky 4, and Christian Cornejo completing the top 5. Javier Campo was 6th quickest, Charlie Hips 7th quickest, Slavomir Moransky 8th quickest, Jonathan Peters 9th quickest, and Chris Walton completed the top 10. Just outside the top 10, the very experienced Derek Wang of the USA and the defending champion Ryan Urban from New Zealand. So the very best that Ryan Urban can get is a 6th row start in this afternoon's heats. And if the pattern is repeated, when the even numbers come out, they go a little quicker. The defending champion may be defending from a little bit further back. Another former champion, Chris Adams, in 25th place. Chris has had an injury this year. Okay, let's go to Scott Campbell and Jenny Wade.
Scott, you just said you're happy that you're number 1.
Yes, very happy. I didn't know how it was going to go. The chassis setup was great. I just didn't know what the other guys were going to do for times, and then just come in and find out a number one. That's a great feeling.
How is it out there? Because, you know, we've had a change in the weather. What are the conditions like?
The track is, I think, a little bit loose, but in some of the places it's not bad because it was getting a little bit gripped up yesterday and prior to the rain. But I think it's just going to get quicker and quicker. And surprisingly, what I ran here is what the DD2 guys were practicing when they were here a month or two ago, so at the same time as them. So I'm happy about that, and that's almost, I think that's almost a second faster than I had gone so far. So that's awesome.
Wow. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Confirmation then of Scott Campbell's quick time, 60.853, in front of Antti Ollikainen, 60.974. Mike Jones, Dallas Karting Complex, 61.06 was third quickest. Robert Pasevsky, 61.064 fourth, and Christian Cornejo, 61.066, completing the top 5. Fabio Campos, Spain 6, Charlie Hipper, France 7, Slavomir Moransky of Poland 8, Jonathan Peters, South Africa 9, and Chris Walton from Australia completing the top 10. Confirmation that the defending champion Ryan Urban was only 12th quickest in that session. Well done to William Cleveland, oldest competitor in the event this weekend, 59 years of age, 45 years in karting. He made the top 20, 19 classified, 19. Former world champion Chris Adams down in 25th. You're going to be a little disappointed with that. As the green flag shows, just going back to those promos of BRP, wouldn't you like to have a go on one of those? I certainly would, especially in lovely scenery like that. But matters to hand, we're at Sarno, the beautiful circuit in the southwest of Italy. And in particular, it's the 125 DD2 Masters, even numbers coming out. And providing Tiffany Chittenden takes to the circuit, we shall have a camera mounted. Here we go. This is what Tiff is seeing right now. This is what you and I are seeing. Tiffany in kart 432. Best ever placing of any female driver at Valencia a couple of years ago, and by far the best ever placing of any female driver in the southern hemisphere, virtually mopping everyone else into oblivion. So 7 minutes to go in the session, and as soon as there's some relevant times, we'll start telling you about them. The first relevant time is 60.853, because that's what Scott Campbell has already just posted. Lee Michener of Australia is the quickest on the outlap, 1:18.4. I mention that not because it's a quick time, but it's the quickest of the outlaps, and Lee Michener has been consistently fast in non-qualifying practice, so I would expect Lee to be going well here. Ryan Urban, the defending champion, was out in the previous group. Gabriel Zugella is in kart 452 in this group, and he was third 12 months ago, looking to go 2 places better, and he's been good in non-qualifying practice in the preliminaries. Dennis Kroos, a former world champion, in kart 436. And again, let's give a mention for the only lady in the race, Tiffany Chittenden, and she's just done 1:23.162 on the outlap. And there we are again, seeing what Tiffany sees. Well, she's got herself plenty of empty tarmac, hasn't she? So if all else fails, there's plenty of track there. She's in the top 20 at the moment, but looking to crank up the speed if she can. Nick Verheul from South Africa goes quickest. Tiffany Chittenden goes 6th quickest. So Tiffany Chittenden's 6th, well 7th quickest now, but Nicholas Verheul, confirmation that this is Tiffany Chittenden. Well, it says position 10, but she's just gone quicker, and so she is now up into, I think, 7th or 8th position. Nick Verheul from South Africa, 61.05, half a second quicker than everybody else. Michelle Aboisa of Brazil, 2nd quickest, 61.55, and Scott Howard of Australia, 3rd quickest, 61.56. Yuji Sato of Japan, 4th quickest. Got the split timings on Tiffany's lap here at the moment. This is her 3rd lap. Fernando Guzzo of Brazil now makes it Brazil 1 and 2. Fernando Guzzi, 60.68 in front of Michelle Aboisa, 61.03. So Fernando Guzzi, who has been going really well in the preliminaries, and this is his 5th consecutive world final, and Fernando Guzzi, one of the reasons why I say, oh, Dennis Kroos, 2nd quickest from Netherlands. Dennis Kroos, 61.018. One of the reasons why I say this is a tremendously competitive DD2 Masters class. Tiffany Chittenden now into the top 5. Nicholas Verheul 4, Michelle Aboisa 3, Dennis Kroos 2, and Fernando Guzzi of Brazil, the quickest of them out there. And that would put him where? Number 1. Fernando Guzzi's quick time was quicker than Scott Campbell's, and so is Michelle Aboisa. So as things stand at the moment, provisionally we've got an all Brazilian front row for the heats. Fernando Guzzi 1, Michelle Aboisa 2. Gabriel Zugella, the world number 3 in this class, he's 17th quickest at the moment, dropping to 18th, so he hasn't gone terribly well. Kawase of Japan, just outside the top 10 at 11th. I mention him because he doesn't like me to say Tomokazu Kawase. He doesn't like me to say Kawase-san. He just say Kawase, Kawase. And he went well last week. He went well in the International Open at Adria, to the north-east of this country. We're in the southwest. Warning flag to Nathan Maul, kart 410. Nathan Maul from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Every year I say that I love saying Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. I've been saying it so many years that a couple of years his father came to me one day and says, Ken, I've got something for you. And he gave me a Broken Arrow, Oklahoma t-shirt. Still got it, still proud of it. But Nathan's not going to be proud of getting a warning flag. Driving standards, warning to 410 Nathan Moore. Nick Verheul of South Africa goes into provisional pole. Nicholas Verheul 60.635. And Nick Verheul going to be a daddy again. His lovely wife Jennifer carrying their second child, 60.635. 0.05 of a second quicker than Fernando Guzzi. Luis Schiavo now racing as an American, but previously raced in a world final for Venezuela. He's third quickest. Michel Aboisa makes it 2 Brazilian drivers in the top 4, and Dennis Kroos, the former world champion, 5th quickest. Dennis Kroos, we would mark him down as somebody to watch if the final is in the wet. Dennis Kroos always been a stunningly good driver in the wet, and I've watched him race for, what would it be, 15 years now? Maybe 14, going back to 2003. Scott Howard expected to be in the top 10. He's running 13th quickest. Tiffany Chittenden in 15th. Gabriel Zugella, the world number 3, 16th only. So neither the world number 1, Ryan Urban, nor the world number 3, Gabriel Zugella, made the top 10 in their groupings. So not the best of qualifying competitions for them. Chris Thomas in 20th place, a current racer on small ovals. Tiffany Chittenden just going nicely onto the home straight here. Hope your picture's not breaking up too much. Tiff in kart 432 we saw there, as well as seeing the view from the camera. The closing stages then of this session, the closing stages of the DD2 Masters qualifying competition. And Nick Verheul of South Africa, and goodness knows how dominant over the years have South Africa been in Rotax World Challenge Grand Finals. The greatest of them all in terms of World Finals won, of course, is Cristiano Magado, sadly not racing with us now, not racing with us this year, bringing his career, stellar career, to a finish. Is there anyone on a remaining flying lap? I don't think so. So Nicholas Verheul's 60.635 may well be good enough to win him the qualifying practice competition. Well, I hesitate to speak before being proved wrong, but let me now go stick my neck out and say Nick Verheul has won the qualifying competition with a time of 60.635. Just a whisker in front of Fernando Guzzi at 60.686. Luis Schiavo of America, third quickest. America via Venezuela, third quickest. Michel Aboisa of Brazil, fourth quickest in that session, and Dennis Kroos, fifth quickest in that session. Now, let's have a look how the aggregate goes. The aggregate goes: Nicholas Verheul 1, Fernando Guzzi 2, Luis Schiavo 3, Michel Aboisa 4, and Scott Campbell 5. Sixth quickest is Dennis Kroos. Lee Michener goes in seventh quickest. So once again, the drivers coming out in the second of the sessions, where the sessions are split, which is all of the classes bar micro and mini, the second onto the track have had an advantage over those who went out first. It gets warmer, a little bit sunnier, the track's hotter here on this nice day. Okay, confirmation of the aggregated top 10. Nick Verheul 1, Fernando Guzzi 2, Luis Schiavo 3. Confirmation that that's Mount Vesuvius that we're looking at. The 1, 2, 3. Nick Verheul, Fernando Guzzi, Luis Schiavo, Michelle Boyce 1st, Scott Campbell 5th, Dennis Crowe 6th, Lee Mitchin 7, Antti Ollikainen 8, Louis Ignacio Valenzuela 9th, and Primoz Matelic of Slovakia completing the top 10 at number 10. Defending champion Ryan Urban, only 26th quickest, only 26th quickest for Ryan Urban, so work to do for him in the heats. World number 3, Gabriel Zugella, 29th quickest. The lady of the class, the classy lady, Tiffany Chittenden, carrying our helmet cam, 27th. Disappointment for the likes of Michael Fiedler at the Speed World Academy. We know he's capable of better than that, but having to be satisfied with 38th quickest. Okay, Jenny's got someone to talk to. Let's go and talk to Jenny and her driver.
Nicholas, a little bit of a surprise for you?
Yeah, quite a big surprise. Not sure where it is, but you say it's quite close to the front. Yeah, been working quite hard this weekend, been trying different ratios and stuff. The rain missed qualifying. We found a good setup. Michael Stephen from last year gave me some tips. It helped a lot overnight after Monday. Yeah, I'm very happy. I don't know what to say.
But it's good. It's a nice surprise before the racing starts this afternoon. Tell me, are you looking forward to this level of the competition today now?
Yes, I'm ready for this level of competition, racing against the big guys in South Africa. As far as the racing goes, I'm happy to be in the front. When the rain comes, we'll see how that goes. It doesn't rain much in South Africa, but yeah, so far I'm very happy. Great.
Of course, South Africans have a great record here at the Grand Final, so maybe you can add to that.
I'm hoping to do that for sure.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fernando, second fastest in your group.
Okay, I'm very happy. My goal was in 5 position, and between 5 and second is wonderful position. And I'm trying to keep on the track. And if God help me, I'm going to the final.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as our camera pans away, panning away from Vesuvius, definitely not erupting, but if you wanted to just play with the graphics of that a little bit, you could almost pretend it was, wouldn't you? We're in the foothills of Vesuvius on a nice, warm autumn day here in the southwest of Italy. DD2 odd numbers coming out. DD2 odd numbers are the drivers on track presently. The people that have gone well in here, well, there's two that made a mark. If you were with us early this morning, when you saw the introduction, I did suggest to Jenny that Ferenc Kankshar and Harold Skokaklis really caught my eye in non-qualifying practice. Thought they were both very, very strong. And we're going to have a camera in the odd number grouping because Jeff Kingsley from Canada, I see him now on the caption on your screen with the onboard camera. He was third fastest in one of his non-qualifying practice and fastest of all in another. So young Jeff Kingsley, a driver who well may have something to say, is here at his fourth grand final, 2013, 14, 15 and now 16, with 6 minutes to go. Two Italians are quickest at the moment, but not really with representative times because it's only at the outlaps. 1:14.7 for Nicola Tralesi, 1:14.9 for Cosimo Durante. When we get drivers who've done a couple of laps, then it gets a little bit more relevant. Andreas Bachmann, who was the world number 2 at this level, has struggled in the preliminaries in kart 371. So Andreas, who had a very, very good international open last week, in fact he won it. Christoph Gasparovic's going well in this one now. Cosimo Durante, 61.65 for Cosimo Durante. Christian Munoz of United States, 61.57. Adam Lindstrom of Australia, 61.25. 61.25 for Adam Lindstrom. Christian Munoz second quickest. Cosimo Durante third quickest. Kristaps Gasparovic fourth quickest. Kristaps Gasparovic fourth quickest. Kevin Ludi of Switzerland fifth quickest. Adam Lindstrom goes quickest. Well, briefly he did. Martin Steinitz of Latvia, kart 351 is now quickest. Latvian champion currently, the Baltic champion currently, 15th season in karting, 6 times a grand finalist. Andreas Bachmann, the world number 2 at this level, in second quickest at the moment. Ferenc Kankshar, defending champion, not out in this session. Adam Lindstrom back on top of the chart, 60.63. Cosimo Durante second, 60.77. Christian Munoz third, 60.85. Kevin Ludi fourth, 60.87 for Switzerland, and from the United Arab Emirates, Ed Jones was fifth, but a couple have gone quicker now. Let's have a revise. Adam Lindstrom's quick time now, 60.637, puts him on top of the chart. Martin Steinitz of Latvia, 60.67, second on the chart. Cosimo Durante, third quickest. Edward Jones of the United Arab Emirates was going quickly, but rolls outside of the top 10 at the moment. Harold Skokaklis, who I gave some praise to early on, out of the top 10 at the moment. There are 3 minutes remaining, 3 remaining. Jeff Kingsley carrying our onboard camera. Not going so fast as he would have wished, I have to tell you. He's just outside of the top 20 at the moment with a time of 61.18. Andreas Bachmann, who you can see there on screen, well, dropping back now to 10th on the chart. Abdullah Al-Rawahi, 12th quickest. Always good to see drivers from Oman. His brother Sanad now is concentrating on his university career, so Sanad Al-Rawahi doesn't race now, but Abdullah does now. 327. That's a misfortune because that's Jeff Kingsley. Jeff Kingsley is the driver who had our onboard camera, and he doesn't look to be circulating, does he? So that's going to be the end of Jeff Kingsley's qualifying practice with 2 minutes still to go, and Jeff's not had a good one. Jeff's 28th of the 36 at the moment, so I'm afraid Jeff is going to have a little bit of a think about what happens between now and this afternoon and tomorrow's racing. Eugene Britt's bitterly disappointed, I suspect, to be as low down as 34th. Very likeable guy. Kevin Ludi goes top. Kevin Ludi goes 60.358. Kevin Ludi 1, Martin Steinertz 2, Cosimo Durante 3, Justin Allison 4, and Josh Hart completing the top 5, but drops to 6 as I'm speaking. Lucas Botujuk comes into the top 10 at number 10. Harold Skokaklis in 14th place as I speak. Kristaps Gasparovits in 16th. Andreas Bachmann 17th. I would have expected all of those three to be in the top 10 in their group. We're into the final minute. Just shows how competitive this is. Kart number 22 is Ed Jones, who was, I think, 5th in the early stages, now not in the top 20. Oriol Dalmau, formerly on the podium in this class. That was a few years back. It was in New Orleans, 2013. Oriol Dalmau of Spain, world number 3 at one time. Jeff Kingsley, confirmation that he's out of the top 30s, placed 31st at the moment. Sari Abu Rahal from Lebanon. Luca Munaretto takes over from Kevin Ludi at the top of the chart with a time of 60.153. As we move down into the lower order, Andreas Bachmann has got a better time in to get into the top 10 again. So Justin Allison also, South Africa gone quicker. Adam Lindstrom just holding on to the top 10. Pascal Marshall of Germany into the top 10. Reminder that these are the drivers in DD2 odd. When DD2 even come out, we have been seeing in junior, senior and DD2 Masters that the second outing proved to be the quicker ones. Luca Munaretto's quick time is 60.153. Kevin Ludi, second quickest, 60.358, and Josh Hart of New Zealand, 60.368. Marco Signoretti, fourth quickest. Martin Steinertz, fifth quickest. Abdullah Al-Rawahi still in the top 20, but at number 20. Harold Skokaklis goes a little bit quicker, up to 18th. Oriol Dalmau, a former world number 3, 17th quickest. So some surprises here, but again, my comment about strength in depth in this class, I think there's a heck of a lot to be raced for in this. So Luca Munaretto puts down a marker in DD2. 1 minute 0.153. Now it's always significant. I know if somebody comes out in a faster division than yours, there's not a lot you can do about it, but the one thing you can do is put a big advantage over your opponents in your own grouping. And Luca Munaretto of South Africa has gone 0.2 of a second quicker than everybody else. That's a big margin in qualifying competition. 60.153. Second best Kevin Ludi is 60.358. Third best Josh Hart, 60.368. Marco Signoretti fourth quickest. Martin Steinertz fifth quickest. Confirmation then that Luca Manoretto was the quickest of our drivers in that session. Well, confirmation due to come up very, very shortly. Luca Manoretto's quick time was 60.153 in front of Kevin Ludi by 0.2 of a second. Wow. Josh Hart third quickest, Marco Signoretti fourth, Martin Steiner fifth. Andreas Bachmann, the world number 2 at this level, 7th quickest. Oriol Dalmau, a former world number 3 at this level, 17th quickest. Driver very fast in non-qualifying, Harold Gokaklis only 18th quickest. Jeff Kingsley in 33rd place did have some misfortune, only did a couple of laps, so a definite misfortune for the young man from Canada. Well, that's not why we fit a camera on a helmet, but that's what it looks like when you're suffering the indignity of being brought back on the recovery wagon. Bad luck, Jeff. Hope that it goes a lot better for you from here on in. Jeff Kingsley coming back the embarrassing way.
Yeah, well, it's a big surprise we went.
Oh, we're too fast. We're just practicing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, fastest man on the track, Luca.
Yeah, it's very unexpected. We weren't really that quick in practice, so really happy. And thank you very much to my mom, my dad, Peter Coleman. Thank you, Arminio Basilio, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they're all really excited for you. So, you got a good position, I believe, then for the racing this afternoon.
Yeah, it definitely gives that a bit of an advantage in turn one, so yeah, we try to keep it like that.
Okay, good luck, and it's been great. I'm sure all your friends are watching at home.
Yeah, just my family, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, to the centre right of your screen, you see the drivers emerging from the covered assembly area. This for an 8-minute qualifying session for DD2 even numbers. And their first challenge is to go quicker than 1 minute 0.153. 1 minute 0.153 is the time which at the moment puts kart number 303, Luca Munaretto, in front of everyone else. Tell you something about Luca Munaretto? He's got a St. Bernard dog called Buddy. You didn't know that, did you? Neither did I till I read it on his CV. 324, the kart that you saw coming out there. Kart 324 was Vilainen of Finland. Went quite well in the non-qualifying preliminaries. Oh, and that's a disaster. This is kart 358. 358 is Christian Sorensen of Denmark. Christian Sorensen of Denmark, if he can sort himself out without, he doesn't have resort to his mechanics, and he doesn't want that quotes helper unquotes to do something to give him outside assistance. Christian Sorensen of Denmark, not yet set a time, and therefore likely to be starting right at the back unless he can self-fix the problem on this machine. Well, really, really, really unlucky. I mean, it's part of, these things do happen, and we all have to take it, don't we, the rough with the smooth. But it just seems a shame when it's happening in a world final, and particularly if it's happening in a world final, grand finals qualifying competition, because it means you start your heats last. So there we go. Mohammed Arif of Malaysia, quickest on the out lap, 73.9, but of course we're going to come down a lot faster. Ivana Setinic, and we've got all 36 drivers that should be out. Oh, and he's going again. He's going, good. Well done, Christian. Well, we're completely neutral in the commentary booth, both Henry Burdett for the circuit commentary and myself for the internet TV, but well done to him getting himself going, and if we can get a decent time for him, so much the better. Defending champion is out, 304, Ferenc Kanksar, 9 consecutive grand finals. He was third in 2010, and of course last year won this championship. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Well, Christian Sorensen is posted a time of 64.371. So Christian Sorensen at the moment has got himself into the top 13 in this particular grouping. Seamus Udiversius goes top, 61.323. 61.323 is in front of Gino Teng of Switzerland. Swiss drivers second and third. Mike Wishofer, you see there going through on your screen, 17th fastest. That is a big surprise because Mick in kart 364 went well in the preliminaries. Third consecutive world final or grand final for him. Christian Sorensen, 23rd, as you saw going through there. 23rd doesn't seem a lot to shout about, but it does if you were sitting at the side of your track trying to get things to function properly. Chris Sorensen dropping now to about 27th quickest, but at least he's fired up and at least he's put a time in. Kasper Bileski, quickest, 60.439. Kasper Bileski in this class, quickest in front of Seamus Udiversius, and that puts Kasper fourth quickest. Hey, girl power, Fabienne Lenz of South Africa goes third quickest, 60.743. Fabienne Lenz of South Africa, third quickest in this grouping. That doesn't put her into the top 10 overall, but it puts her knocking on the door of the top 10. And a train going by on the line, railway line, as you saw. Quite a busy line. South of Napoli, going down, I think, to Sorrento. Kasper Bileski, 60.439. Coming towards the end of another lap. Let's have a look if it goes any quicker. Yes, he does. Wow, 60.113, quickest of all. 60.113. Kasper Bileski puts himself on provisional pole. That's quicker than Luca Munaretto of South Africa. Kasper Bileski now in the second session, quicker than everybody in the first session and everybody in this session. The defending champion has moved into the top 10, but only 8th quickest in this grouping. Konstantin Schürl, KART 320, Konstantin Schürl of Austria in his 3rd Grand Finals, goes up to 2nd quickest in this session, 60.45, as we have 2 minutes to go, 2 to go. Barry Pullinger way down in 34th place. There's a lot of heartache for Barry if he can't improve on that. Kasper Bileski, no heartache there, 60.113. Pretty impressive. 1.5 minutes remaining. Kasper Bileski for the Intercars racing team, as you can see on screen. Kasper Bileski was a junior at the Grand Finals in 2012, a senior in 2013 at New Orleans, then a couple of years out. Christian Sorensen, who couldn't get himself going at the side of the track early on, is 3rd quickest in this session now. So Christian Sorensen has plucked what would have been a disaster into something of a success. 1 minute remaining, less than a minute remaining. Kasper Bileski still holding the advantage with 60.113. Konstantin Schürl 60.284 and Christian Sorensen 60.318. The defending champion Ferenc Kanksar moves up to 4th. Ferenc Kanksar goes 4th fastest in this session. Barry Pullinger, who was out of the top 30, comes into the top 10 in 9th place. One of the 2 ladies from South Africa, Fabienne Lands, gets into the top 10 at number 10 in this grouping. Seamus Universius drops out of the top 10 in this grouping. That's a little bit of a surprise, perhaps. So, into the final seconds. Checkered flag coming out. There you see the checkered flag, but is anybody on a late flyer? I'm not going to speak and put the commentator's curse in just yet. Don't put the commentator's curse in ever. Well, Kasper Bileski's quickest time is 60.113. In the previous group, Luca Munaretto's quick time was 60.153, so they're the quick 2, one from each of the 2 groups, but the one in this group, Kasper Bileski, in 344, kart number 344, the quickest of them all. Konstantin Schürl, 2nd quickest. Christian Sorensen of Denmark, 3rd quickest after the early problems that caused him to have to repair at the side of the track. Ferenc Kanksar 4th quickest, and Luca Kamali of Germany coming into the top 5 in this grouping. Well, there we see Jenny Wade kneeling just to the lower right of the screen, no doubt writing, and if she can have a word with Kasper Bileski, so much the better. Well, kart 344 is Kasper Bileski, and it looks as if Jenny's with him, so we may be chatting to them very shortly.
Kapka now, very, very fast lap. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy, and thank you for my sponsor, Intercars karting team, and my mechanic, my father, and everyone who helped me.
So you've had really a great session to start the weekend for the racing. Are you feeling confident now this afternoon for the first heat?
Yes, I'm really
Very excited.
Yes. And,
it's okay. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So confirmation that Kasper Bileski won the qualifying practice session for DD2. Quick time was 60.113. Second quickest Luca Munaretto. Kasper Bileski from Poland, Luca Munaretto from South Africa. Konstantin Schürrle of Austria was third. Christian Sorensen of Denmark fourth. Kevin Ludi of Switzerland 5th, Josh Hart, New Zealand 6th, Marco Signoretti of Canada 7th, Martin Steinitz of Latvia 8th, the defending champion Ferenc Kanksar 9th quickest, and Cosimo Durante of Italy completing the top 10. Last year's vice champion Andreas Bachmann 12th quickest. One of the two South African ladies, Fabienne Lands, getting herself into 23rd place. Big shock after the non-qualifying practice. Harold Gokaklis only 28th for Russia, and Abdullah Al-Rawahi only 29th. The Omani driver, entered of course by our good friends at Al Ain Raceway in the UAE. Seamus Udiversius out of the top 30, 33. Mick Vishofer of Austria for Team VPDR went ever so well in the preliminaries, not gone well in the qualifying practice, 37th overall. Okay, hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the qualifying competitions here at Sarno. We take a short break now. We're next due on track at 1:45 for the first heat of the Micro Max. Okay, Jenny's got another interview. Let's go to Jenny.
Konstantin, second in the group. You were expecting this today?
I hoped so. Also, the last training showed that we had big potential, and yeah, I think that we did quite good. The second in our group was really fast, and I'm really happy that it went so well.
You enjoying being here in Sarno for the racing?
I enjoy a lot. Yeah, the weather is nice. It's not as cold as expected, and yeah, I think we're doing well. The mechanic and my team boss did a really good job on the go-kart, and yeah, I'm really happy that it worked so well for us.
I'm sure they're really happy as well, and we look forward to the racing. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Americano, 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 ma si nati in Italia, sienta a me non c'è sta niente a fa, ok napolitan, tuo fa l'american, wish che so del rock and roll, wish che so del rock and roll, wish che so del rock and roll, tuo fa l'american, wish che so del rock and roll, wish che so del rock and roll, wish che so del rock and roll.
Cerco l'estate tutto l'anno e all'improvviso eccola qua. Ehi, è partita per le spiagge, sono solo qua su in città. Sento fischiare sopra i tetti un aereo troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere più risorse senza di te. E allora io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Il treno dei desideri, nei miei pensieri all'incontrario va. Sembra quando ero all'oratorio con tanto sole tanti anni fa, quelle domeniche da solo in un cortile a passeggiare. Ora mi annoio più di allora, neanche un prete per chiacchierare. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere più risorse senza di te. E allora io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Il treno dei desideri, nei miei pensieri all'incontrario va. Cerco un po' d'Africa in giardino, tra l'oleandro e il baobab, come facevo da bambino, ma qui c'è gente, non si può più. Stanno innaffiando le tue rose, non c'è il leone, chissà dov'è. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere più risorse senza di te. E allora io quasi quasi prendo il treno e vengo da te. Ma il treno dei desideri, nei miei pensieri all'incontrario va. Azzurro, il pomeriggio è troppo azzurro e lungo per me. Mi accorgo di non avere risorse. Questa è la storia di uno di noi, anche lui nato per caso in via Gluck, in una casa fuori città, gente tranquilla che lavorava, là dove c'era l'erba ora c'è una città. E quella casa in mezzo al verde ormai, dove sarà? Questo ragazzo della via Gru si divertiva a giocare con me, ma un giorno disse vado in città, e lo diceva mentre piangeva. Io gli domando, amico, non sei contento? Vai finalmente a stare in città, là troverai le cose che non hai avuto qui. Potrai lavarti in casa senza andare giù nel cortile. Mio caro amico, disse, qui sono nato e in questa strada ora lascio il mio cuore. Ma come fa fai a non capire? È una fortuna per voi che restate a piedi nudi a giocare nei prati, mentre là in centro io respiro il cemento, ma verrà un giorno che ritornerò ancora qui e sentirò l'amico treno che fischia così. Wow, wow. Passano gli anni ma 8 son lunghi, però quel ragazzo ne ha fatta di strada, ma non si scorda la sua prima casa. Ora coi soldi lui può comprarla, torna e non trova gli amici che aveva, solo case su case, catrame e cemento. Là dove c'era l'erba ora c'è una città. Quella casa in mezzo al verde ormai, dove sarà? Non so, perché continuano a costruire le case e non lasciano l'erba. Non lasciano l'erba, non lasciano l'erba, non lasciano l'erba. E no, se andiamo avanti così, chissà come si farà.
Schick und fein, doch zwei kleine Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Zwei kleine Italiener, die träumen von Napoli, von Tina und Marina, die warten schon lang auf sie. Zwei kleine Italiener, die sind so allein. Eine Reise in den Süden ist für andere schick und fein, doch die beiden Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Oh Tina, oh Marina, wenn wir uns einmal wiedersehen. Oh Tina, oh Marina, dann wird es wieder schön. Zwei kleine Italiener vergessen die Heimat nie, die Palmen und die Mädchen am Strande von Napoli. Zwei kleine Italiener, die sehen es ein. Eine Reise in den Süden ist für andere schick und fein, doch die beiden Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Oh Tina, oh Marina, wenn wir uns einmal wiedersehen. Oh Tina, oh Marina, dann wird es wieder schön. Zwei kleine Italiener am Bahnhof, da kennt man sie, sie kommen jeden Abend zum B-Zug nach Napoli. Zwei kleine Italiener, die schauen hinterdrein. Eine Reise in den Süden ist für andere schick und fein, doch die beiden Italiener möchten gern zu Hause sein. Oh Tina, oh Marina, wenn wir uns einmal wiedersehen. Oh Tina, oh Marina, dann wird es wieder schön.
what they say. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore. Bells will ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling, ting-a-ling-a-ling, and you'll sing Vita Bella. Hearts will play tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay, like a guitarandella. When the stars make you drool, just like a pasta fazool, that's amore. When you dance down the street with a cloud at your feet, you're in love. When you walk in a dream, but you know you're not dreaming, signore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
That's amore.
When the world seems to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore.
That's amore.
Bells will ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling, ting-a-ling-a-ling,
and you'll sing Vita Bella.
Vita Bella, Vita Bella. Hearts will play,
tippy-tippy-tay, tippy-tippy-tay,
like a gay tarantella.
Lucky fella. When the stars make you drool just like pasta fazool, that's amore.
That's amore.
When you dance down the street with the cloud at your feet, you're in love. When you walk in a dream, but you know you're not dreaming, signore. Scusa me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
Amore,
that's amore. Volare, oh, cantare, oh, let's fly way up to the clouds, away from the maddening crowds. We can sing in the glow of a star that I know of, where lovers enjoy peace of mind. Let us leave the confusion and all disillusion behind. Just like birds of a feather, a rainbow together we'll find. Volare, oh, e cantare, oh. No wonder my happy heart sings. Your love has given me wings. Penso che io sogno così non ritorni mai più. Mi dipinge con le mani e la faccia di blu. Poi d'improvviso tenido dal vento rapito e incominciavo a volare nel cielo infinito. Volare, oh, oh, e cantare, oh, oh, nel blu dipinto di blu. E che dici di stare lassù E volavo, volavo, venice bunalte del sole con coro più su, mentre molto pian piano sparivo lontano laggiù. Una musica dolce suonare soltanto per me. Volare, oh, oh, e cantare, oh, oh. No wonder my happy heart sings, your love has given me wings. Nel blu dipinto di blu, venite di stare lassù. Nel blu dipinto di blu. Mi sono innamorato di Marina, una ragazza mora ma carina, ma lei non vuol saperne del mio amore. Cosa farò per conquistare il suo cuore? Un giorno la incontrai sola sola, il cuore mi batteva mille all'ora. Quando gli dissi che la volevo amare, mi diede un bacio e l'amor sbocciò. Marina, 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 ti voglio più presto sposare. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Marina, Marina, oh Marina, ti voglio più presto sposare. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Oh mia bella mora, no, non mi lasciare, non mi devi rovinare. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, no.
Well, welcome back to Sarno. A little bit late getting the track action underway after the lunch break, and I can tell you exactly why that is. There's been quite a lot of business in the stewards' rooms, and it was a little while before we got grids for the forthcoming races, but we are now able to go ahead with the Micromax first heat, and it's an all-Dutch front row. Robert de Haan on pole and Chris Harnan joining him on the front row. Lorenzo Cioni and James Igotzi are row 2. Santiago Valve and Marius Christensen row 3. Lucas Bodanovic and Adrian Maliero row 4. And Daniel Sugar and Bartolomei Pitukovsky completing the top 10 on row 5. We're only having one formation lap because of the length of this circuit here at Sarno, which is 1,547 metres, a lot longer than most. Confirmation though of the first 2 rows, and now rows 3 and 4. To the left of your screen, 21 is Robert de Haan, 20 is Chris Harnan. Good effort by Rashid Al Daheri from the United Arab Emirates to qualify for row 7. Okay, are we racing? Yes, we are racing, and 21 Robert de Haan jumps into an early lead. Chris Harnan from the outside of the front row, getting himself relatively handily placed. I do believe it's him coming through in second place. I'm going to have to make an apology in advance if I say to you that I'm not always going to be absolutely right on my race course, because all of these karts are identical, as they are in all of the classes. Of course, these are the Praga karts. But it does appear to me that Robert de Haan made a good swift jump away from pole position. Good start also by Lorenzo Cioni. And trying to identify some numbers, maybe kart number 17 that I saw there. 21 and 20 were the front row starters, and these are the guys who've got away in their orange race suits. So the Team Netherlands pairing of Robert de Haan, 21, and Chris Harnan, number 20, are clear by about 10 lengths from the rest of the field, but the 2 at the front are having a really good dice. In third place, it's kart number 23, which is Santiago Valve. Santiago Valve is clear of kart number 11, which is James Igotzi. We're on the opening lap of what is, in effect, you would think a sprint with 6 laps, but it's 6 long laps. And consequently, you'll find that some of these youngsters are racing in a race of longer length in time than they normally do. Confirmation, the first 4, as we called it. Robert de Haan in front of Chris Harnan, Santiago Valve 3rd, James Igotzi 4th. Enrico Martins in 5th place, Lorenzo Cioni 6th, Ryota Harachi 7th, Marius Christensen 8th, Adrian Maliero of Portugal 9th, Diego Larocque of the United States completing the top 10. Coming into shot in just a second, from the right hand side will be the 2 leaders. 21 is poleman Robert de Haan, 20 is Chris Harnan. Robert de Haan, supported by Indy Donche Karting Centrum Lelystad. Indy Donche, a driver who raced in this level very successfully, also a younger brother Milan Donche. And now the lad's definitely making a mark in terms of bringing on the youthful talent in the Netherlands. Behind them, there's quite a little scrap there, isn't there? I thought I saw Lorenzo Cioni gaining a place there. 22, who I saw was Lorenzo Cioni, so maybe he hadn't gained places, maybe he's fallen. No, he had gained, should have stayed with my first comment. At the end of the opening lap, Robert de Haan 1, Chris Harnan 2, Santiago Valve 3, James Igotzi 4, Lorenzo Cioni 5, Marius Christensen ran 6, Ryota Harachi 7, Diego Larocque 8, Adrian Maliero 9, and Enrico Martins of Brazil goes up into 10th place. Just having a look a little bit down the field if there's anything that we need to tell you from there. Not really. Santiago Valve in 3rd place, had got 3rd place to himself a lap or so ago, but now it's a good scrap between 3rd and 4th. There you see kart number 21, Robert de Haan, 20, Bob Harnan, sorry, Chris Harnan, and behind them, that's a good scrap between third and fourth, just trying to identify the fourth place driver behind cart number 23. I think it might be still James, it is James Igosi, but Leonardo, no, it's Lorenzo Cioni in fifth place still. So having completed lap 3 and setting off on lap 4, we are now into the second half. A warning flag for driver 43, Oscar McElroy. Oscar McElroy in cart number 43 is in 14th place, but has picked up a driving standards flag. He's on a yellow card. Oscar McElroy is from the United Arab Emirates in cart number 43. Robert De Haan still holding this narrow lead. Chris Harnan second, Santiago Valve third, James Igosi fourth, then quite a little bit of a gap to Lorenzo Cioni. They are the top 5, so it's a front-running group of 2, a third and fourth group of 2, and then a gap to Lorenzo Cioni, then another gap to Marius Christensen in 6th place. Look at that beautiful sight over to your right centre. When I drove in this morning to the track, it looked as if that was snow-covered mountains. In fact, it's white cloud. Now, is that a change in third place? No, 23, Santiago Valve is still in third place. There's the driving standards flag warning as we set off on the 5th lap of 6. The driving standards flag having gone to Oscar McElroy, although I think he's not gained anything since that. He was in 14th place. Daniel Sugar has moved up from outside of the top 10 into the top 10 in 9th place. And Ryota Harachi holds the 10th place in the top 10, the final position in the top 10. So the dice between 2 groups of 2 is now 1 group of 4 at the front, as you can see, but still the 2 Dutch lads holding the advantage. 21 is Robert De Haan, 20 is Chris Harnan, 11, the smaller of the lads, is the United States driver James Igosi, and James really looking to try to go from third to second. Just behind James it's Leonardo Cioni, and now is the first bid for a change of move, and I think that's been executed. Cart number 20 endeavouring to go past 21. Unfortunately, we just lost them at the moment when that would have been consummated. Cart 12 that you see in shot there is Diego Larocque, and Diego's down in about 8th place. So starting for this final lap in our first race of the day, first race of the competition, it's a humdinger. James Igosi has split and there goes cart number 20 trying to make a move, but James Igosi now could potentially lose that second place. He worked hard for it. Robert De Haan in first place. Well, James Igosi in cart number 21, cart number 11, he may well feel, and his followers may well feel, second place in the opening heat isn't a bad result, but he doesn't want to lose that again. And there's cart number 22. Lorenzo Cioni. 23 in front, Santiago Valve. Santiago Valve looking potentially vulnerable to attack from James Igosi, but James is on the wrong side of the track to make a move here. Oh, and a little bit of a touch there, and Santiago Valve just coming round now. It's a drag to the flag from here. Santiago Valve should win it. Oh my, it was close, it was close. Santiago Valve wins it. James Igosi in second place, Chris Harnan third, Robert De Haan fourth, Marius Christensen fifth, Adrian Maliero 6th, Lorenzo Cioni fell back to 7th, Diego Larocque 8th, Daniel Sugar 9th, and Oscar McElroy for the United Arab Emirates completed the top 10 at number 10, albeit with a driving standards warning flag. Confirmation of the victory for Santiago Valve. Santiago Valve, having come through from the third row from Hungary. James Igosi from the United States coming second. Chris Harnan, front row starting Dutchman, third. Robert De Haan, the pole sitter, going to be disappointed with fourth. Marius Christensen of Denmark completing the top five. Lorenzo Cioni in seventh place will feel aggrieved. He was running at fourth very strongly, bidding for third at one time. Didn't quite work out for him. Mai Sada in 30th place, the only girl in the race. She didn't finish behind all the lads, but she only finished in front of 4 of them. Well, they were the Micromax. That was our first race of the competition. Coming up next, the Minimax. Well, to the left of your screen, you see the Minimax drivers scheduled to come out for their first heat, a 7-lap race. On pole position is Mari Boyer of Italy, Johnny Edgar from Great Britain joining him on the front row. As our caption shows, they're all on Birolart chassis. Kobe Pauvels and Adrian David, row 2. Enzo Juli and Rick Cohen, row 3. Arias Dukmegian and Ruben Kuhn, row 4, and the top 10 completed by Victor Bernier of France and James Wharton of Australia. Behind them, Carl Marcus Say, Estonia, Jaden Eltz of South Africa, row 7, Luca Nurmi and Una Eureka, and all finish row 7. Hugh Barter of Australia is on row 8. Confirmation now, the visuals of what I'm saying to you. Kobe Powell's looked very, very confident in the preliminaries. I don't mean arrogant or overconfident, but just looked on top of his psyche, if you will. Arias Dukmejian, a Korean-American driver, dual ethnicity. All finish row 7, as you see. And a driver from Lebanon in the top 20. Sami Joe Arbinakal on row 10 with Carlos Martinez of Mexico. Ziggy Kermanshashi, the younger brother of Taimur Kermanshashi, who races in one of the senior classes, DD2. Yakov Sokolov, the future of Russian racing. 16, row 16, Valeria Vargas, the only girl in the race. She's from Colombia, the only girl in Colombia that races this class. She's racing all the lads starting on row 16. So, only one formation lap. That's because of the length of the circuit here at Sarno, which is 1,547 metres. We sent them round for 3,000 plus metres. It's very nearly asking them to do about a mile and a half more than they would otherwise be contemplating. Well, we've got a hand up there, haven't we? So I don't know if that's somebody with a significant problem or if he's merely saying, look, we're all slowing down now because the front row leaders have slowed down. I think it may have been the latter, in which case good manners, good track manners. On the left of your screen, 80 is Mari Boyer of Italy. On the right, 77 is Johnny Edgar of Great Britain. Nudging up between them, or trying to, was Adrien David of France in kart 59. Okay, do we get a nice clean start? We're looking for... And that looks good enough, does it? No, it's a non-start. It's a non-start. I'm told it's a non-start. Well, it looks at a relatively potential racing pace, but I had got the signal that it was a non-start, so let's just see what unfolds. I do believe we are not racing and that the start has been aborted. I understand that the approach speed was too quick, which is not the first time that's happened in Minimax in any car race. So, Mari Boyer, kart 80 on pole position. Just behind him you see Kobe Powell's. And again, the signal guys, can you just scrub a little bit of the pace off? Okay, let's see what happens this time. Mari Boyer. And we are racing, and Mari Boyer makes a good start from pole position, and Kobe Powell's was strong going behind him from the inside of the second row. Good start by Johnny Edgar, though. I think there's been some contact towards the back, but it looks as if most of the drivers are still coming. That definitely looks like 80 Mari Boyer in the lead. And definitely Kobe Powell's getting a good start in kart number 56. Adrian David I see there, kart number 59. And I have to tell you after that I'm struggling a little bit. 77 Johnny Edgar, who started on the outside of the front row, I think he's running 4. So Johnny Edgar, yes, with the blue race suit. Kart number 80, holding this early advantage. Well, now I'm thinking that that was Johnny Edgar who I saw second time, so I'm just struggling a fraction. I think, I don't know, Arias Dukmajian maybe in kart number 54 in second place. Well, he is in kart 54, and that may be him taking the lead, and I think it is. 54, Arias Dukmajian takes the lead, but instantly loses it. And going through there in kart number 68 to get past him, and he'll be disappointed with that. So Mara Boyer leading. Victor Bernier in second place. It wasn't 68, it was 66. And Arias Dukmajian, who ever so briefly led, goes through third. Johnny Edgar starting from the outside of the front row went through fourth. Kobe Powells, who was well placed in the early stages, I think in second place, went through fifth. They were the top 5. Rick Cohen went through 6. He's the one name I've not mentioned in commentary, in 6th. Adrian David of France 7. Karl Marcus Say of Estonia 8. Enzo Juli of France 9. And Luka Nurmi of Finland completing the top 10. A warning flag for Arias Dukmajian. Arias Dukmajian getting a driving standards flag. So we've had just one lap of 7. He's briefly led the race, then he lost the lead, and now he comes around to see that he's got a driving standards flag. Arias Dukmajian is also a Taekwondo black belt first degree holder. So black belt Taekwondo guy, and there's the driving standards flag being shown to him as we set off on lap 3. Arias Dukmajian, bittersweet opening lap for him then, because having briefly regained the lead, then lost it, then regained it again, but seeing in the meantime that he's got a driving standards flag. I think it was probably for the second of the moves, because I saw quite clearly the first of the moves, which looked pretty reasonable to me, not the time and official. Immediately behind him, Johnny Edgar bidding for the lead. Johnny Edgar, and I think takes the lead. Johnny Edgar now taking the lead. No, 77 is not in the lead. He's in third place. Kart number 66, Victor Bernier is certainly there in the lead. Trying to see the numbers, not finding it easy. Those of you back home might be seeing it a little bit better. Arias Dukmajian in kart 54 in second place. Mari Boyer, the pole position lad, was through in fourth when I last looked. But it is as we called it. Arias Dukmajian, remember, kart 54, sitting on a driving standards flag, so he won't want to do anything any sillier now. Victor Bernier in the lead, but Dukmajian having to think hard about how he might pass him, because one more move that was deemed to be a false move, or one move that was deemed to be an overly aggressive move. 1, 2, 3 and 4, exactly as we've called them. Bernier, Dukmajian, Edgar and Mari Boyer, 1, 2, 3, 4. They come to us in that order. The fifth place driver is the Dutchman getting closer, Rick Cohen. Those front running 5. Well, actually, it's a front-running 6, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, no, a front-running 5. And going up into fourth place, I think, is Rick Cohen, who was on a little bit of a charge. Oh, a wee bit of wheel banging there, but nothing deliberate, nothing nasty. We've completed 3.5 laps, so we're into the second half of the race. And unquestionably, Victor Bernier, the Frenchman, leading now as we come round to start lap 5 of 7. Alors, le leader, Victor Bernier, le Français, Victor Bernier, en deuxième place. Arias Dukmijian. Third place, Johnny Edgar. Fourth place, Mari Boyer. Fifth place, Rick Kern. And the front three just split themselves away a little bit. Johnny Edgar trying to make a move from... Oh, and can't... Arias Dukmejian, as Johnny Edgar went on one side, it was almost a case of how do I defend a 9 metre wide track with only my own cart. Well, Arias Dukmejian says, don't you worry, I'll try doing it for you instead. This is Dukmejian back into the lead. 77 in second place is Johnny Edgar. Third place, Victor Bernier, the leader for 2 or 3 laps. Couple of laps. Mari Boyer, the pole sitter, in fourth, and fifth, Rick Cohen. And as I take my eye off the screen, third to first, Johnny Edgar loses. No, he was still in third place, wasn't he? And the driving standards flag to Luca Mars. Luca Mars, who started last. Luca Mars started last. Let me have a look on the chart where he's driven up to. Driven up from 36 to 17. So on the face of it, that's a really good drive by the American driver from Indiana, but it's met with the irritation of the officials, and he's picked up a driving standards flag. So Luca Mars started in 36th and last place, but has driven up via a driving standards flag to 17th now. Just looking a little bit further down from the front runners, no obvious one. Jade Nell's probably going to be disappointed to be right down as low as 20. Oh, and cart number 58 has taken a tag, I think, and that's one of our front runners, which is Rick Cohen. Just as I was looking at the timing screen for the back runners, there's been an incident. Don't know if we'll get a replay shot of it, but Rick Cohen, who was running in fourth place, here we go. Let's have a look how it happens. Look at the fourth, fifth scrap. 1, 2 and 3 as they come towards us are clear of the problem. Well, third wasn't clear of the problem, was he? He was very much not clear of the problem. Cart number 50, so that's a big misfortune for the two of them. And cart 50, no, it was going to be Jade Nels, 59, it was 80, not 50, it was 80, Mari Boyer. So, this is Minimax Racing, these things happen. We're on the last lap. Victor Bernier back in the lead where he was 2-3 laps ago. Dukmejian in second place, thinking, hey, I know I can pass these guys, I've done it once. It ought to be 1 and 2 for these, unless they do something very silly, because after that little clip between the third and fourth place drivers, as they were at the time, sweeping round the internal middle S's of the circuit here at Sarno. Well, Bernier having a glance over his shoulder, just get your head down and kick on actually, Victor, don't do things silly. Takes the victory, the Frenchman. Victor Bernier wins it. Arias Dukmejian in second place. A long gap to third place, Johnny Edgar. Fourth, Mari Boyer. Fifth, Luca Nurmi. Sixth, Marcel Kuch. Seventh, Adrien David. Eighth, Karl Marcus Say. Ninth, Enzo Julie. And completing the top 10, Hugh Barter. Alors, le vainqueur, le Français, Victor Bernier. Victor Bernier en Minimax. So confirmation of the result of Heat 1 in the Minimax competition. Victory for the Frenchman, Victor Bernier. In second place, the battling Arias Dukmijian. And in third place, Johnny Edgar. Fourth was the pole sitter Mari Boyer, and all of those front running forward led the race at some point, although Johnny Edgar's lead was very, very brief. Victor Bernier 1, Arias Dukmijian 2, Johnny Edgar 3, Mari Boyer 4, Luke Nurmi 5, Marcel Kuch 6, Adrian David making it 2 Frenchmen in the top 7, Karl Marcus Say of Estonia 8, Enzo Juli making it 3 French drivers in the top 9, and Hugh Barter of Australia completing the top 10. Just outside of the top 10, Ziggy Kerman Shashi for the United Arab Emirates. Luca Mars in 18th place came up from last to 18th. Rick Kern in 24th place was running in 4th and 3rd and 5th at various times, but was involved in some contact. The lady in the class, Valeria Vargas of Colombia, she finished 27th. Kobe Powell's going to be disappointed with 19th place, having started in P3. Well, a delayed start to the junior heat 1. Have to tell you that's because there were issues before the stewards, some of which were resulting in penalties, some of which were not, some of which were resulting in penalties which were appealed and I believe appeal upheld, so it's taken a while to get the grids out, but I do now have the grid. And if we've not got the graphics to show you, let me start reading them now. On pole position from Canada will be Ryan McDermott. He's going to line up with Perdana Minang from Indonesia. Row 2, Marco Settimo of Italy and Samuel Lupian of Canada, so 2 Canadians on the front 2 rows. Aitor Sorazabal of Spain and Christian Fleeter of Brazil, row 3. Lucas Dunner of Austria and Konstantin Koshev of Russia, row 4. And Andres de Alba of Canada and Zsombor Kovacs of Hungary complete the top 10 on row 5. Okay, here's the graphics to catch up with what I was pointing out to you. Taimur Chauhan on row 6 for the United Arab Emirates. Good showing by Taimur. Axel Charpentier just being interviewed now by circuit commentator Henry Badet there in cart number 129. Henry just climbing to his feet. Axel Charpentier probably a little bit disappointed to be that far down, but hey, he's well capable of going further forward. Dylan Tavella and Mark Kimber, well, how can I say this? Both of them capable of letting their presence be felt on the circuit, it would appear. Leonie Claude on row 12, the only girl amongst the lads. Leonie Claude is from France and she's on row 12. She's cart number 153. Joe Turney went really well yesterday and or in the preliminaries generally, so he's going to be disappointed for a row 14 start. Likewise, Henry Kubides, he would have been expecting better than that. Henry Kubides from Colombia. So it will be an 8-lap race for the juniors, setting off 6 or 7 minutes behind schedule. But if the stewards haven't concluded their business, they can't give their final decisions. And if they've not given their final decisions, you can't get a grid. And if you don't know the grid, you can't line the guys up. But we're heading now for a formation lap and hopefully a start. 8 laps for these juniors, led by Ryan McDermott of Canada and Perdana Minang, formerly of Malaysia, now racing on an Indonesian licence. Well, we're all a good family here at Sarno. Jill, who's here to help me, just getting some grids to Henry, the circuit commentator. Henry Badet doing a fabulous job as the circuit commentator, but suffering from that little piece of luxury that we commentators like, a grid, when a race is about to start. But here we go then. Ryan McDermott on pole, joined by Perdana Minang on the front row. Ryan to the left, Perdana to the right. And that looks like a good clean start, and Ryan McDermott getting a good start. Marco Settimo getting a good start as they drive away from us from that angle. A little bit hard to tell you who's got into 3rd and 4th places there. Oh, and a little bit of a twitch there by Ryan McDermott in cart number 132. Oh, and a big wide sweep on the wide outside from 144, which was Lucas Dunner. Well, that could have been a stunning blast round the outside into the lead, but it wasn't. But Lucas Dunner's still placed. He's not done a huge amount of damage to himself on that in terms of placings. And move up to second place there. Just KART 169 possibly. Marco Settimo. Marco Settimo was third, and I think he's gone into second place from the pictures that you're looking at the time, also sharing with you just now. One of the runners in the top 10 having gone wide and lost a couple of the places. Oh, and that's a nasty situation with the car. Well done, son. And the driver who fell down on his head is able to just walk away from the cart. And the first thing we say about that is thank goodness that wasn't a lot more serious than it might have been. We do have a little matter of an upside down cart on the circuit, but at least we don't have a carter in there looking to try to get himself, I think we've got a red flag or a full course yellow. It's a full course yellow. Full course yellow. Well, ugly as it was, I think it was 139, which is Manuel Suleiman. Manuel Suleiman, 139 from Mexico. But as you saw from our KART-DATA pictures, you saw perfectly what had happened. There was contact, the cart went up in the air to its nose end, rolled over with Manuel underneath it, but he crawled out and walked to the grass. So no injury, thank goodness for that. So under the full course yellow, the virtual safety car, if you will, if we think of Formula One, slow significantly, and I would have thought slow just a whisker less than that. Yes, there's the yellow flag being waved a little bit more firmly. Guys, you're not overtaking, but you are going a shade quick. Well, there's a piece of nearly overtaking there. Yeah, guys, just putting down the slow it, cool it, cool it. Anybody making a inadvertent passing move here could find themselves penalised at the end of the race. So we're coming round towards the half race distance, and that under the virtual safety car conditions. Marco Settimo of Italy in the lead in KART 169 from Ryan McDermott, KART 132, and Aitor Sorazabal of Spain third. Christian Fleeter of Brazil fourth, and Michael Brosina of Italy making it 2 Italians in the top 5. Padana Menang, who started on the front row, is down to 6th. Samuel Lupion of Canada, 7th. Lucas Dunner of Austria, 8th. Sebastian Bellastine, let me just double check. Yep, Sebastian Bellasina of the Czech Republic in 9th place, and Axel Charpentier completing the top 10. Right, I understand that we're poised to go green again. Understand we're poised to go green. We're racing again. And Marco Settimo then sets off on the second half of the race now. Hang on, it's not the second half of the race. This is lap 4, so we're not yet at halfway. We've got 3 full laps, but 5 to go, including the one that we're on now. Marco Settimo in the lead, the green flags vigorously showing. Ryan McDermott not yet made a challenge to try to get back in front. Sorazabal in 3rd place, Fleeter in 4th, Rosina in 5th. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th to 6th, that may have been Samuel Lupian making a bid for a pass, which I do think he achieved. Now, in that case, that would put him up into 6th place. Just looking a little bit away from the screen, see if there's any big names a long way away from. We're surprised to see Henry Cubides of Colombia right down in 26th place. This is the start of lap 5. Ryan McDermott having regained the lead from Aitor Sorazabal, Christian Fleeter in 3rd, and race leader Marco Settimo having now to sit in 4th place from a previous leading position. So, confirmation of the standings. That was after lap 3, however. Marco Settimo has relinquished that lead and is presently running in 4th place. Menang has dropped another place from 6th to 7th. is up to 6, so we're just a little behind that now. Axel Charpentier climbing, having started way down the grid. Axel Charpentier in P14 has got himself up into 9th place. Your race leader is Ryan McDermott. Ryan McDermott is from Canada, from Ontario in, the town is Whitby in the province of Ontario, qualified from the Eastern Canadian Series. As I'm looking away, has he lost the lead? No, he hasn't, but he's about to and does. Oh, and a lot of jockeying for position there, and now I think that's Marco Settimo getting back where he had been previously. So, Soreth Arbel, Settino, Ryan McDermott got it to do again now, but 132 makes another move. 132 going past 165. 165 was Michael Rosina, who was running in 4th place. So a lot of trading places. This coming up to the 3/4 race distance. The driver in a good position here is the driver in the lead, which is 169 Marco Settimo, I do believe. Well, more wheel touching a little bit further back, but hey, let's try and stay with these front runners. 122, Aitor Soreth Arbel in 2nd place. Ooh, it's a little bit fraught down there, isn't it? 144 gains a place. That's Lucas Dunner up from 9th. Marco Settimo now setting off with 2 laps to go at the 3/4 race distance. And Ryan McDermott has retaken the lead, but Settimo going back. Trading and retrading places, these two at the front. That's helped the guys. According to my screen, I've got Marco Settimo in 1st and 3rd place, so I think we've got a little bit of thinking to do there. 169, which is Marco Settimo, definitely according to our screen in 3rd place. 132 in the lead is definitely Ryan McDermott, so no question there. Ryan McDermott just dipping his head a little bit. Moving round onto this right-hander, this chicane. Good view from the drivers from the big awning, the big Rotax tent, into the midfield S's. This on lap 7 of 8 for a very eventful junior race. Oh, and a technical flag to Dylan Hollis, but I don't think is a front runner. I was thinking of Dylan Tavella, but it's not. Dylan Hollis is in 31st place. So the technical flag going to a driver who's not in the top 20, in fact not in the top 30. So Dylan Hollis in kart 149 was as low as 31st place, and to make it worse he's got to come in on a technical flag. So on our final lap, this breakaway 4, Ryan McDermott has dictated the pace for a lot of the race. He's trying to control this one, he's not kicking for home, he's looking over his left shoulder. This is down about place, but oh, again a little bit of wheel touching there. But Ryan McDermott holding on. Oh, and an unlucky piece of clipping there. It's the front 2. Is there a late twist that will take the victory from Ryan McDermott? Or hand it to Ryan McDermott, perhaps is what I should be saying. Going in front of us, onto the final turn, and that running 2 is coming here. It's going to be an easy victory in the end, easy victory. 1-3-2, Ryan McDermott wins it from Samuel Lupien 2nd and Axel Charpentier 3rd. Christian Fleeter was 4th, Michael Rosina 5th, Perdana Minang 6th, Marco Settimo be very disappointed to finish down in 7th, Aitor Soreth Arbel in 8th. I think they were the ones who had a little bit of touching and both went wide, or one or other went wide. Taimur Shohan finished 9th, and Joe Turney completed the top 10 at number 10. So, victory for Ryan McDermott of Canada, and that's a Canadian 1 and 2 because Samuel Lupien in 2nd place, followed by a Brit, Axel Charpentier. Interesting race, a lot of talking points. So let's have a look at the confirmation of the result of that Junior Max A and B groups. A Canadian 1 and 2 with Ryan McDermott 1, Samuel Lupien 2. Axel Charpentier of Great Britain 3, Christian Fleeter of Brazil 4, and Michael Rosina of Italy came home in 5th place. Ferdinand Minang 6, Marco Settimo will be disappointed with 7th, I feel sure. Aitor Sorazabel also was well to the fore, he has to finish 8th. Timur Choa 9, Joe Turney completing the top 10. Leonie Claude, the only girl in the race, she finished 23rd. Our non-finisher was Manuel Suleiman, who exited his cart headfirst upside down, but happily with no injury whatsoever, it would seem. So the cart may need a bit of attention, but we think that Manuel is fine. Well, they were juniors in groups A and B. It's groups C and D coming out next. This one will see Hibika Taira of Japan on pole position and Titus Shanghai Schmidli of Switzerland joining him on the front row. Cody Brzezinski of Australia and Mateusz Pilka of Poland are row 2. Ollie Caldwell is on row 3 with Jie Okazumi of Japan, and Ollie Caldwell carrying our camera. Ruprapanen of Finland on row 5 had a tremendous set of preliminaries, but didn't go so well in qualifying. Nicholas Bruckner of the United States on row 9. I have to say that Nicholas Bruckner's been finding things a little bit tougher than might have been the case. Cart number 113. Nicholas Bruckner, 15 years of age from Texas. Lebanese driver Carl Rizek on row 12. Good to see the Lebanese with us. Cham Jun Lee on row 14. Cham Jun Lee is from Korea. So pleased to have the Koreans with us. Well, I'm hearing course commentator Henry Burdett say there's a driver on the circuit who stopped. We've not seen anyone stop on our cameras. I'm not challenging Henry, he'll be right. He's got a nice view of the entire, and Jill with the binoculars finds the driver too, but at the moment we can't tell you who it is. Might well be 140, in which case it's Jorge Sanchez of Mexico. Jorge Sanchez was scheduled to start on the back row, so it's not as if he's lost a front 2 or 3 row starts. Okay, Hibiki Taira of Japan on the left, Schmidli on the right. Oh, and we've had a little bit of an issue at the back of the grid, and another non-starter, or at least somebody starting after they've all gone. Hibika Taira of Japan getting well clear of the rest of the... Oh, don't start looking over your shoulder, son. It's a little bit early in the race for that. Just kick on and build on your lead. You've earned your pole position, kick on from there. Titus Shanghai Schmidli and Ollie Caldwell carrying our onboard camera, getting himself just tucked behind 127 there, which is Pavel Taborski. tucked very close behind him, the Slovakian driver. But Ollie's not had the best of starts, has he really? Because he was in P6, and I think he may have been involved in some of that, not involved in a physical sense, but there was a group that really weren't doing each other any favours. Having said that, maybe he's not that far away from the top 6. 154 in front of him is Kuhn, Eric Kuhn from Estonia. He loves all animals except insects. That's what he's told me on his driver bio. Okay, coming round to complete the opening lap, and our pole sitter Hibiki Taira of Japan leading Titus Shanghai Shibli. I've not yet mentioned Matthias Pilker, he's gone through in 3rd place. Alex Morse 4th, Shie Okazumi of Japan 5th, Cody Brzezinski 6th, Jonathan Hoggard 7th, Phil Doer 8th, Rupa Rapana 9th, and Pavel Taborski, who we saw from Ollie Caldwell's camera, completes the top 10. Just looking at 1, 2, 7. Yep, that is it. Totals. So Ollie Caldwell running in 13th place, and we're on board with him. Let's just have a look what it looks like. In front of us is kart number 160, which is Andrzej Dovjak. Andrzej Dovjak, who comes from Slovenia. Here are our front 2. Pulled well clear of the rest. Hibiki Taira and Titus Shanghai Smidley in 2nd place. Good to see a Swiss driver with us. The only thing is, if they're going to have good Swiss drivers, can they have names a little bit easier to say at racing pace, especially when they're going to get themselves well to the front. Seen Titus race before, and he's a good racer, no question. Titus Schmidley. Putting the pressure on our race leader, Hibiki Taira. Taira a little bit untidy, but having said that, that was neat execution there. The drivers in 1 and 2 have now got a full kart length between them. Not so Ollie Caldwell and the driver in front in kart number 160, which is Andrzej Dovjak. In fact, Andrzej Dovjak just about to yield to Ollie Caldwell, is he? No. Ollie not able to get with the front cone, front fairings. Not easy, not easy. Ollie Caldwell had a really good domestic season. 3rd, I think, in the Rotax Euro Challenge, promoted by RGMMC. Similarly placed in the International Open last week. But wanting to convert some of these close run things to victories, today would be a good day. Or Saturday, even more so. 142 gaining a place. That was a nice move. Kart number 142 moving forward was Matthias Pilker. So Max Pilker, who was into 4th place, moving up one, I think, at the expense of Alec Morse. This is lap 4 of 8. And here is our race leader once again, Taira of Japan, putting a little bit more of a lead now on Titus Shibli. Titus just getting a little bit more detached than or unquestionably a bit more detached. There's definitely a kart length and a half between them now. But 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are very handily placed. That's Alec Morse, Max Pilker, Shie Okazumi, Jonathan Hoggard. And a technical flag. Can I tell you who that's for? Eric Kuhn. Eric Kuhn in kart 154. Now let's see where Eric was. He was in 30th place. The Estonian Eric Kuhn being fetched in on a technical flag. So whilst he won't enjoy being fetched in, he's being fetched in from P30 rather than from P1 or 2 or 3. Standings after lap 3, just confirming. There's been a lot of changes since. Well, we're not going to get them. Just teasing me. Yes, at the end of the previous lap, our standings. Taira, Schmidley and Polka were the 1, 2, 3. Morse 4th, Jonathan Hoggard 5th, Jie Okazumi of Japan, making it 2 Japanese drivers in the top 6. We're on lap 5, and the front 2 now not really a front 2, it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 with a bit of a space between all of them. This is the start of lap 6. Taira lead of 0.34 of a second from Titus Shibli. Third place driver Max Pilker, and Shibley looking just a wee bit of an enquiry there. Is there any way I can go through? Well, there's no question that Tyra is leaving a space, but is leaving a space because on the wide slant there is the change of lead, and Schmidley goes through. Schmidley goes through on lap 6, and to some degree Hibiki Tyra was playing with fire a little bit, because from the angles that we saw from our own television pictures, there was an opening almost being offered, but he's looking behind him, isn't he? And that's usually a prelude to a move, and it's probably a move that's going to come sooner rather than later. Tyra definitely looking to get that lead back, as the front running 4, 5 or 6 are finding themselves, well, 1, 2 and 3 are pretty clear, but 4, 5, 6 and 7 trading places. Just have a look at those. Morse, Brzezinski, Okazumi, Hoggard and Pulka. That was in reverse order. If I take it in the order in which they run now. 3rd Hoggard, 4th Okazumi, 5th Brzezinski, 6th Pulka, 7th Alec Morse. Behind Alec Morse is our cameraman, Ollie Caldwell. Titus Schmidley then has held off the challenge. There is Ollie Caldwell looking at kart 138 in front of him. 138 in front of him is Alec Morse, the Australian. 114 now, because Alec Morse getting himself a little bit better place. Jie Okazumi is 114. 1.5 laps to go. Still some mileage in this race, you would think. Titus Schmidley is kart number 108. As behind now Tyra, 116. Hoggard, it's Hoggard who's moved in. Hoggard has gone second. Hoggard has gone second. So 1 to go, 1 to go. Schmidley, Hoggard. And Hoggard in the lead. Sorry, I'd missed Hoggard's move. Just trying to see now those numbers. That's definitely 155 I'm looking at, and 116. Tyra getting another shot at this. Once again, we go into a final lap of a race, and it is not over by any means. Still plenty of mileage in this one. Jonathan Hoggard is kart 155 in the predominantly blue race suit, but behind him the pole sitter, Hibiki Tyra, Titus Schmidley 108. Schmidley 108 trying to have a peep. Well, a race leader, Jonathan Hoggard, now looking over his shoulder, so he's going to close them up even more, but what he's actually saying is you can reach the very end of my back wheels, but you're not going to win because it's the drag to the flag from here, and Jonathan Hoggard wins it. Jonathan Hoggard wins it. Hibiki Tyra second, Titus Schmidley third, Cody Brzezinski fourth, Matthias Pulka 5, Alec Morse 6, Laszlo Server 7, Jie Okazumi 8, Ollie Caldwell with our camera on board 9, and Matthias Ramirez completing the top 10 at number 10. Confirmation of the race victory for Jonathan Hoggard from the United Kingdom from Japan's Hibiki Taira. Titus Shanghai Smidley, long-time race leader, finished third. Cody Brzezinski of Australia fourth. Matthias Pulka of Poland completing the top five. Another Australian six is Alec Morse. Laszlo Server of Hungary seventh. Jie Okazumi of Japan makes it two Japanese in the top eight. Ollie Caldwell of Great Britain, two Brits in the top nine. And Matias Ramirez of the United States of America completing the top 10. Commiserations to Eric Kuhn, brought in on a technical flag, always a disappointment.
This machine, it's a game changer.
Come on, come on, come on, hey, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, hey, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, hey, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, hey, come on, come on, come on.
This really caught my eye from the first time I saw it.
The first time I got on it, I was super comfy. It was handling well. It was perfect.
Felt like within 5 minutes, I was getting dialed into how nimble, how agile.
The biggest thing, in my opinion, that starts with it all is the VTS. They've over-exaggerated it to where it's like in an up position now, and it just stands that nose up.
The adjustable riser is used for the tricks, and you want it down for some of the tricks, and you take the adjustable riser up to do the other half of the tricks.
You've got the new foot pegs with a little bit more foot surface. You find yourself a little bit more stable.
This was my second time riding a watercraft, and I felt I had total control of it. It was incredible, and it was awesome.
I think anyone can hop on this and pull the same tricks I'm doing today.
Easy, affordable, and fun.
I would definitely tell my friends, and they would get one in a heartbeat. It's super affordable.
The Spark Tricks is so different from the rest of the lineup, and really it is all about having fun, right?
Wow, I want to go again.
Seniors coming out now in Groups A and B, and Mario Novak of Austria, who we've just seen to the left, is on pole position, with Denis Mavlanov of Russia joining him on the front row. See most of the guys there, KART-248 that you were seeing pretty clearly. It was Christos Saganas from Greece. Christos Saganas from Greece on row 4. Victor Velazinski, who was quickest in his qualifying session this morning, but the second session after that were all massively quicker as the track got hotter. So poor Victor was quicker than everybody that went out against, but he still has to start on row 5. Koki Mizuno on row 8. Injured his leg last week in the International Open. He said he was fit to race. The doctor said, no, you're not. And he had an early finish when he'd had 2 victories of the 3 heats that he raced in, so he was unlucky. Kang Do Kim from Korea. Great to have a driver from Korea with us. We try not to talk about politics at all in sport, but it's not easy on the Korean peninsula, from South Korea, the Republic of Korea. Even harder from North Korea, of course. Bit of a surprise for Josh White to be as far down as row 13, and Rasmus Fridell of Sweden would have expected better than a row 14 start. Yuri Matiek of the Czech Republic and Jack McCarthy from United Kingdom went well in the preliminaries, but things not gone right today. Well, there you are. There are people in the VIP lounge that get up to watch the racing when the racing starts. Well done, ladies. This is a 10-lap race. The seniors and DD2 drivers race over a 10-lap race distance. Well, 208 putting his hand in the air there was Kim Kang-do of the Republic of Korea. Hope that was just a gesture saying I'm just taking my eye off the ball, so to speak, rather than I have got a problem. .270 that you see there at the back is Josh Diaz of South Africa. Well, you don't see him now, but we did moments ago. So on pole position, Mario Novak of Austria. Joining him on the front row, Denis Mevlanov, and we get a first, and Mevlanov going very, very fast, and from the outside of the front row, I believe that Denis Mevlanov has taken the lead here. Denis Mevlanov did seem very, very quick away. Kart number 206 is Denis Mevlanov, the first time that a pole sitter has not led into the opening 2 turns. So Denis Mevlanov, a little bit slow away, Mario Novak, and that didn't help Javier Gonzalez Giardello, the driver from Mexico. So 244 that I saw there. Glenn Van Paris with a decent start. Victor Velazhinsky also not a bad start. Yes, let's have a look again at this replay, see what happens here. Not the right. Press the wrong button, but never mind, we'll come back to that. In the meantime, drivers getting themselves a little bit sorted out with the opening 3, with the front running 3 on the opening lap. Denis Mevlanov, and now let's have a look. Denis is on the right. At this moment you would have favoured the pole sitter, but he does sweep in front of him, and that leaves everybody else just a little bit bunched, to say the least. Interesting start, but everybody's still running. Denis Mevlanov in the lead from Glenn Van Paris. Mario Novak, the pole sitter, in 3rd place, looking to say, well, I was a little bit slow at the start, but watch me now, I'm racing. Mevlanov of Russia, Van Paris of Belgium, Novak of Austria, they're the front running 3. Behind them, It's Christos Saganos of Greece, but he's a little bit detached. And third to second, that's Mario Novak going past Glenn Van Paris when I was looking elsewhere. Looking up, and I'm sure that, yeah, that's without a shadow of a doubt, Mario Novak in the red race suit coming through in second place. So Denis Mavlanov continuing to lead. Mario Novak in second place. Glenn Van Paris in third place. Christos Saganos of Greece in fourth place. And in fifth place, Peter Betzel. Now, changes at the front are there. Didn't quite happen, but Denis Mavlanov coming under pressure from Mario Novak. Try and keep our eyes on the front running pair. Although I'm actually sitting at the start-finish line, facing the track, I have very, very, very little view of the track, so like you, following this, I'm dependent upon the pictures we see on screen. Denis Mavlanov definitely still holding the lead, but even more definitely is... And that's an excellent move by Mario Novak. Mario Novak getting himself into the lead, sweeping round in that red race suit. Glances over his shoulder, but Mavlanov still chasing him hard. This is therefore the start of lap 4. Well, there's plenty of looking about, isn't there? And Mario Novak, instead of just wanting to kick on, is looking left, looking right. That's a nice move by Mavlanov. Mavlanov, a very, very, very good move, even though it was unsuccessful. So putting tremendous pressure on Novak, even though... And again, oh! The Russian getting himself on the inside, but not executing the pass. In fact, as a result of that, losing a place to Glenn Van Paris. Mario Novak is our leader, and he's bunching them up, as you can see again, looking to his right, looking over his right shoulder. Not yet at half race distance, but we're playing the angles game. So Mario Novak holding the lead over Glenn Van Paris, Denis Mavlanov, the Russian in third place, Peter Betzel in fourth. Oh, it's all a little bit untidy, isn't it, as we set off on lap 5. I missed Victor Velezinski. Yes, that is Victor Velezinski, isn't it? Victor Velezinski in kart number 241, getting himself right into the mix now. 241 in the red and white race suit. Running fourth, 1, 2, 3, maybe third even. I think Victor Velezinski has got himself up into third place now. Yes, he has. Mavlanov in second place, Mario Novak in the lead. We're on lap 5 of 10. And Victor Velezinski, who, as I say, was fastest clearly in his qualifying heat group, but then the next group, I think the next 12 all went quicker than him. Probably down to the characteristics of the track changing as the morning grew warmer, drier, more rubber down, all of the features that count. Okay, half race distance, 5 laps gone, 5 to go. Mario Novak leads, Denis Mavlanov in second place, Victor Velezinski in third place, Robin Sario of Finland in fourth. I hadn't seen Robin join us. And so the standings at the half race distance, this was at the half race distance. Glenn Van Paris gone down to fifth, Javier Gonzalez Giardiello running in sixth place at the half race distance. Peter Betzel dropping to 8th, and Koki Mizuno of Japan up to 11th, Bruno Bolido 12th, all that at the half race distance. We're now another half lap into the race, still the same race leader, Mario Novak, Denis Mavlanov still in second place, Victor Velezinski in third place, but that third place is looking vulnerable now. Well, he's held on to it. So Victor Velezinski, 2 drivers, Mario Novak and Victor Velezinski in the same coloured. And Denis Mavlanov has taken the lead. Denis Mavlanov into the lead on lap 7. Denis Mavlanov leading, and Mario Novak looking really vulnerable to an attack. What am I talking about? He goes through with Victor Velezinski, and they both just sailed past Denis Mavlanov as if the Russian just wasn't there. So the two karts, 206 and 220 and 241. Well, it's getting a bit hairy. Denis Mavlanov has split the guys now by himself moving into second place. Velezhinsky, kart number 241, back in third. Mario Novak, who's made errors at the front, but has also said, look, I'm the guy who started in front and I'm going to stay there, kart 220. 220, Mario Novak leading from Denis Mavlanov. Viktor Velezhinsky in third place, a close Robin Sario in fourth, really close as we set off on lap 8. Robin Sario looking as if that third place might be in for a challenge, to say the least. Well, plenty of sideways looking, and this is a big wide sweep on the outside by Mavlanov. It's either a stunning move into the lead or else he'll hang himself out to dry. Well, neither is really held station in second place. No, he drops a place because Velezhinsky goes up to second now. So Velezhinsky second behind Novak in the lead, Mavlanov third, and Robin Sario of Finland bidding to go into third. And I think will do so at this right-hander. Yes, he does. And Mavlanov is in trouble now because he's in danger of dropping back to fifth or even sixth. And does so. So we have to regroup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Mavlanov glancing over behind him. I think it was Javier Gonzalez Giardelio. We're on lap 8. That's now concluded. So this is the start of lap 9. 2 laps to go. Well, there's plenty of playing chess, isn't there? There's plenty of eyeballing. I wouldn't have thought a circuit this long at 1,570 metres, 1,547 metres, would lend itself to so much. That Glenn Paris trying to repair the damage of 2 laps ago, and so is Denis Mavlanov. Glenn Paris in the green and white predominantly. But the red of our pole sitter Mario Novak is clearly in front. Kart number 232, Robin Sario, yes. Robin Sario's worked hard for this place because Robin Sario was well detached in the top 5, but needing to work forward, and he's worked really hard for this second place. Probably it's as far as he's going to get, given that there's only 1 more lap to go, but that'll be a good opening for Robin Sario, who started on the outside of row 5 in P10. Mario Novak with the split distances in front of Robin Sario in second place. Robin Sario not looking vulnerable to attack. Viktor Velezhinsky in third place is looking vulnerable to attack, and I've not called Cody Gillis in commentary, but Cody Gillis is the driver at close quarters behind Viktor Velezhinsky. So we're halfway round the final lap. Well, what does Robin Sario's body language say to you? I think he realises it's crazy to try to chase for the lead from here. Let's just keep things tidy, keep things on the tarmac, and say from 10th to 2nd is a good opening drive, but an even better opening drive for the winner, which is Mario Novak. Oh, and a great finish for 3rd, 4th and 5th as Cody Gillis gets up to beat Viktor Velezhinsky for 3rd. Cody Gillis getting Viktor Velezhinsky literally on the line. Peter Betzel 5th, Denis Mavlanov will be disappointed to have finished 6th there. Josh White, hadn't called Josh White's name, he started in P26 and drives up to 7th place. Javier Gonzalez Giardello 8th, Diego Ferro 9th, and Koki Mizuno completing the top 10 at number 10. Hope you enjoyed that one, plenty of action, wasn't there? Confirmation then of Mario Novak's victory by 0.39 of a second over the hard-working Robin Sario from P10. Cody Gillis just snatching third place on the line from Viktor Velezinski. Peter Betzel, a well-worked fifth place. Denis Mavlanov, who was up to second and even led briefly, disappointed with sixth. Josh White from way down the grid to seventh. Javier Gonzalez Girardiello 8th. Diego Ferro 9. Koki Mizuno completing the top 10. Jack McCarthy was in P34, worked his way up to P17. Our next race is the seniors in Group C and D, and as you see, Nicolas Charbot and Adrien Renaudin are the front row, Noah Rouvers and Felix Varget row 2. Chris Dryspring's been showing good form and starts on row 3. Felix Kotick also came top of one of the non-qualifying practice groups. Berkay Besler, well, in the non-qualifying practice, he was first, second, and first again, and another good finish, but could have done a little bit better in qualifying practice, but also took a tag in qualifying practice, which didn't help. Nicholas Scherl, I think, is going to be carrying our camera once again. Christian Silvano from Indonesia, well experienced at this level. An all-Canadian row 8. Pierre Runic on row 9, he's from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Good to see a driver from that former Yugoslav nation we don't often see in Rotax racing. Well, Nicholas Scherl's onboard camera, we're expecting to see some good pictures from him, or from it. Well, this is certainly a gentle pace, so well done to Nicolas Charbot and Adrien Renaudin, bringing the guys round at what might be called a sensible pace before the start of a race. Not had too many false starts today, I think it's been 3. Nicholas Scherl, who's got our onboard camera, is on row 6 in cart number 214, so if you look at row 6 on the outer, in fact if you look hard you can actually see our camera. Nicholas Scherl from Austria, look at the red race suit. Okay, on your left is Nicolas Charbot, on your right is Adrien Renaudin. Here we go for 10 laps. And it's a good start, and no it isn't, it's a false start. We are not racing, we are not racing. Well, we think that there's only 35 drivers out here when there's scheduled to be 36, and having told you that, I'm not able to tell you who's not out there, but if it becomes apparent, we will. This is the short straight in front of the driver's big tent, and when I say big, it is big. All Nations tent in there. Our thanks to our partners Sodicart, providing the carts for the senior category, as indeed we thank all of our cart providers across all of the classes. And a train goes by on the left on the main line. That's south of Napoli on the way to Sorrento. But nobody's on it with a passenger ticket because it's a freight train. Okay, it gets tighter here, doesn't it? Let's see what happens. Red flag, and we are going to have a little chat with the officials. So, ladies and gentlemen that are tuned in online, we will take a little breather because the pictures are likely to explain themselves. Well, I don't know how your lip reading goes, but I think I saw the words one, more, chance, and warning and final, and I think I saw the ejection thumb as well. So it's a privilege and an advantage to start on pole position and on the front row generally, but it's also a responsibility. Oh dear, 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 we've not got things going very well for us, have we? Because somebody's stalled and can't restart. So this is not going to be a terribly neat situation. just when the guys at the back wanted the guys at the front to be going really slowly so they could regain their places. This time, under the clear direction of the race director, Nigel Edwards, and the clerk of the course, Ramiro Brito, it looks as if that might not be the case. Gary Donnelly appears to be the non-starter, the one who started, the one who stalled. Oh, talk of the luck of the Irish. There's been so much bad luck for the Irish this weekend so far. If anybody wants to talk about the luck of the Irish, take it from me that it's been bad luck. 227 we're looking at is Colin McGauchan from Canada, but with an Irish name. Oh my. Very, very unlucky. Cart number 255 I think I'm looking at there, which is Paul Fourcaman of France. I'd forgotten that we'd got our onboard camera. Nicholas Schurl, there's the silhouette. Do you see the silhouette at the middle bottom of your screen? Our camera at the top. Thanks to Nicholas for putting this on. It is written in the regs that if requested you must agree to the request, but even so we like to be gracious enough to say thank you. Nicholas Schurl will be starting on row 6 in P12, the outside of row 6. Okay, can we get this to happen? On your left, Nicholas Jarboe. And we do get away, and this time they're allowed to go away. Nicholas Jarboe even sweeping wide before he tried to cover the situation. Adrien Renaudin got himself in a little bit of no man's land, but to a degree I can understand it in the light of what had preceded it. That's Felix Largy in cart number 263. Filippo Largy just in front of Nicholas Schurl there. Oh, black flag for Gary Donnelly. Black flag for Gary Donnelly. He's not allowed to start. So Gary Donnelly, what did I say about the look of the Irish? Well, Gary Donnelly, virtually before the race has started, is black flagged out of the race. Nicholas Jarboe and Noah Rovers having got a good start there. Noah Rovers and Felix Forget as well, I can see. Felix Forget is trying to look into the dark to identify the numbers and the race colours. Well, the black flag is going to be shown 243, and that's for Gary Donnelly. Gary Donnelly of Ireland, cart number 243. He's from Cookstown in Northern Ireland, and he's been an unlucky lad here. But there we are, these things happen. Well, just going back to the start, Nicholas Jarboe started from pole position. Adrien Renaudin was on the outside of the front row and loses a place. I think Noah Rovers had went through there. Cart 210, Nicholas Jarboe's lead is huge. A dozen laps perhaps. While I was looking at the screen and looking at the Gary Donnelly flag. And another nicely worked move, 226, not doing himself any favours there was Marco Di Leo. It wasn't Marco Di Leo, it was perhaps Gianfranco Mazzaferro. So onto the home straight away to start lap 3. Nick Jarboe's lead is huge, 1.2 seconds. Adrien Renaudin second, Noah Rovers third. Chris Dryspring running fourth now, Marco Di Leo fifth, Felix Forget sixth, Francisco Darda seventh, Berkay Besler up to eighth, Nicholas Schurl in ninth place, and Felix Kotick completing the top 10 at number 10. And Noah Rovers has gone past the Frenchman. Noah Rovers, while I was reading the screen, when I glanced up, Noah Rovers has gone past Adrien Renaudin, and so the red race suit is now in front of the white and blue colours of the Frenchman, who started in the off-pole position. And Adrien Renaudin looking vulnerable as well, isn't he? Doesn't look as if that's a drive that's going to hold on to that position for too much longer, unless he finds an extra little... Oh, and Berkay Besler just easing himself in front of our camera holder, Nicholas Schurl. So a huge lead, well over a second, 1.185, although not as big as it was. It was 1.2, wasn't it? Now it's 1.18. Noah Rouvers in second place. Adrian Renaudin has got to work hard now, because this is that sort of situation where he could easily shed places rather swiftly. Nick Jarboe, good lead over Noah Rouvers. Noah Rouvers, a good lead over Chris Dryspring. Chris Dryspring comfortably in front of Adrian Renaudin. So after all of that slightly untidy coming together, the race is now well spread out. We're only on lap 4 of 10, and there's no really close dices at the moment, as you can see. That being the case, let's have a read of the names at the left of your screen. Nicolas Jarboe 1, Noah Rouvers 2, Chris Dryspring 3, Adrian Renaudin 4, Felix Varga 5, Marco Di Leo, in fact Marco Di Leo now 5, because he's gone past Felix Varga while I was reading them, or perhaps prior to it. Francisco Dada of Argentine 7th, Berkay Besler 8th, Nicholas Schürl 9th, and Felix Kotik of Austria completing the top 10 at number 10. Looking a little bit further down, Dylan Drysdale was fastest in one of the non-qualifying practice sessions, and we thought a lot of potential was coming his way, but only in 20th place at the moment as we head towards the half race distance. Big lead, 0.98 seconds. Having said big lead, it was 1.2 seconds, then it was 1.1 second, now it's just 0.99 or 0.988, but let's call it 0.99. So Noah Rouvers, the Belgian with the English mum, Belgian father, well clear of Chris Dryspring. Christopher Dryspring, I was impressed with in qualifying practice, because although he wasn't consistently fast in all of them, he had one where he was top of the chart in the dry and one where he was top of the session in the wet, or very close to the top. So Christopher Dryspring showing that he could handle both sets of conditions. It's lovely racing conditions here this afternoon at Sarno, really, really pleasant, but the forecast over the remaining 3 racing days, we are likely to see some rainfall, and as we've experienced here, the rain doesn't go on for hours and hours and hours, but it does come down heavily when it comes down. Now that lead of 1.2 seconds is now nothing like it, is it? Because Nicolas Jarboe is under serious threat from Noah Rouvers. Coming round to start lap 7, the lead now is down to 0.3 of a second, and Noah Rouvers in front of Chris Dryspring, trying to hunt down Nicolas Jarboe, and here's the bid, and he takes the lead. Noah Rouvers takes the lead, and although a good effort at fighting back from Nicolas Jarboe, there was certainly an air of inevitability about that. And Christopher Dryspring in 3rd place, you imagine, well, you needn't imagine it, it's just happened. And I'm afraid Nicolas Jarboe was, I know it's a silly thing to say, but was to some degree, maybe start again. It was inevitable what we saw. What we saw was nothing that came out of the ordinary or unexpectedly. Adrian Renaudin going back now to 4th place. He's in front of Marco Di Leo in 5th. Felix Varga running 6th. Berkay Besler running 7th. So, coming round, we're in the final quarter of the race now. 8 laps have gone, just 2 remaining. Noah Rouvers, Chris Dryspring and Nick Jarboe are the 1, 2, 3. Adrian Renaudin in 4th place, hasn't lost any. Well, Adrian Renaudin coming back to reclaim 3rd, well driven by the Frenchman. And Adrian Renaudin on early on lap 8, going back into 3rd place. So Noah Rouvers now has to think about the hard-driving Chris Dryspring. And when I say that, I have to say I don't mean hard in the sense of aggressive, dirty, outside of the rules. Just, a lovely piece of driving by Christopher Dryspring. Well, that wasn't hard driving so much as absolutely beautiful track positioning and sailing almost into the lead. 2.64 Chris Dryspring on lap 8. looking almost at silhouettes from that camera angle as the afternoon wears on. Well, Adrien Renaudin has really found some substance, hasn't he? Really found some substance and got himself back into second place with only 1 lap remaining. That may be as far as the fight back goes, because it's hard to see Chris Dryspring losing it from here with 0.8 of a second. But Nick Jarboe in third place will think, I really would like to take second place back off Adrien Renaudin, even if I can't reach Chris Dryspring to put a challenge in. Good race this, been plenty of good racing in parts throughout, and not least the front running places, which always makes for a good race. We're on the short straight, the paddock straight, moving now into the infield. The infield S's, the middle S's, the chicane, the technical part of the track. Move away from us in reality till they come round through the hairpin onto the home straight, and the checkered, not the checkered flag, the last lap border waits, and with 1 to go, you would not expect Chris Dryspring to relinquish this lead, but it is being diminished. 0.5 of a second. Adrien Renaudin now looking over his shoulder as well he might, because Nick Jarboe getting really strongly in his inclination to try to get a place back, and so is Noah Rouvers in fourth. Noah, who had worked his way handily into the lead and was almost not written off, but it's the way that he went back suggested a beaten driver. But third place could be within his grasp. I doubt that second or a first will be. Christopher Dryspring is being caught by all of the others, but he's a wily old driver, well experienced. Not looking left, not looking right, just placing his cart where he felt he needed to. A little bit of a oversteer there, but all on control. It's going to be a drag, and Christopher Dryspring ought to win it from here, and just does. Christopher Dryspring 1, Nicholas Jarboe 2, Noah Rouvers 3, Adrien Renaudin 4, Berkay Besler 5, Nicholas Schurl without camera on board 6, Felix Wager 7, Marco Di Leo 8, Josh 5 from Australia, didn't see him drive into the top 10, but he finished 9th, and Francisco Dada of Argentine completing the top 10 at number 10. A word for Christian Brooks, who started in P26, went through to P13 at the end, a decent drive by him. Well, we lost 4 drivers at the start, Gary Donnelly, Colton McCochen, Pierre Runich and Paul Fourcaman, so just 31 finishers. Commiserations for those 4 who weren't able to start the race. So there's a visual of our race result. Christopher Dryspring, the German, driving for Team VPDR. Race victory by a whisker in a blanket finish from Nicholas Jarboe of Slovakia by 0.07 of a second on the line. Noah Rovers of the Dames Racing team in third place. Good drive by him. Adrien Renaudin fought hard to hold his place at fourth, and Berkay Besler never mixing it with the top 4, but a good drive for fifth. Nicholas Schürrle of Austria 6, Felix Wascher of Belgium 7, Marco Di Leo of Canada 8, Josh Fife from Australia 9, and Francisco Dada of Argentina completing the top 10. Just 31 finishers of 36 would-be starters. Sadly losing 5 from that. Don't like to see that, but it's only qualifying heat 1. There is time to repair the damage for those who didn't get a start or didn't get a race. Nick Verheul from South Africa, going to be a daddy for the second time shortly. He's on pole position on this one alongside the impressive Fernando Guzzi of Brazil. That's not to say that Nick's not impressive, he certainly is. Scott Campbell, the evergreen, on row 2 with another evergreen, former champions both on row 2. Dennis Crow's world champion at this level, Scott Campbell likewise. Christian Cornejo on row 4, a name new to me, and good to see drivers from Chile getting involved at a competitive level. Tomokazu Kawase went very well in the International Open last week at Adria here in Italy. Had misfortune late on, but he did enough early on to suggest that he can show a wheel or two. Fast pair of wheels to some of the guys he'll be racing. Derek Wang, very experienced at this level. Ryan Urban even more so. He's the defending champion. Gabriel Zagella was on the podium last year. So rows 7 and 8, the world number 1 and world number 3 at this level. Manis Zamiriadakis on row 12 is a former world number 3 and a former world number 2 at this level. He's on row 12. Salvatore Rishika on row 14 just needs to keep an eye out. He's had a warning flag and got the wrong side of the officials earlier on. And although they're not going too well in one sense, great to see Kai Che Tang of Taiwan racing and Ong Chi Ming of Malaysia. Hope you both go well, guys. Not showing any favours in any direction, but good to see the nations who don't shine a lot and don't have so much opportunity on the world stage. Taiwan, kart number 457. Kai Che Tang. Okay, do we think we can get one formation lap and a clean start at the first time of asking? We hope so. Okay, there's another rolling lap, another rolling lap. We are not racing, another rolling lap. Well, I have said more than once this weekend that there's a tremendous reservoir of talent in the DD2 Masters class. Huge amount of experience, several world titles to the names of the people there, and I'm expecting this class to produce really quality racing throughout the whole weekend. Nick Verheul from South Africa on pole position. Fernando Guzzi on the off pole position. And Fernando dived across just a little bit injudiciously, didn't do any harm, but didn't gain a lot. But well, I don't know, Nick Verheul maybe just struggling a bit to hold on to the lead from pole position in kart 402. Does appear that he has done so. Ooh, a little bit of wheel touching there. 402 for Nick Verheul. Behind him, that looks like Fernando Guzzi. Scott Campbell also well to the fore. 402 Nick Verheul holding off 442 Fernando Guzzi. Fernando having a look over his shoulder, which is often a prelude to a potential dive under, but Nick Verheul at the moment driving a, what shall we call this, a textbook drive in the sense of placing his kart where he'll get the greatest speed. No attempt at this point to just try to shake people off. Always surprised when it happens as early in races when it does. That's the end of the opening lap as poleman Nick Verheul brings them over in front of Fernando Guzzi and Scott Campbell. They were the only three names I called in commentary because the only three that I knew with absolute certainty. Dennis Kroos was fourth, Primoz Metelic fifth. Ryan Urban, the defending champion, has made a good start. He started in P14 and has gone through in sixth place at the end of the opening lap. Oh, we've lost Maximilian Oroeta from Chile, and we've lost Nathan Moore from the United States of America. Both of them very, very well experienced, seasoned Rotax Grand Final performers, but they're not racing in this one. Something's gone wrong for them at the start. Didn't come round to take the opening lap. Nick Verheul did, and he was leading, but he's under pressure from Fernando Guzzi. Let's see if there's any attempted move by the Argentinian. The Brazilian. Fernando Guzzi in second place. Nick Verheul still holding the advantage. Scott Campbell still third. Well, as we look at the low sun, it's not so easy to see, but would you say, as I am going to say now, that Nick Verheul is under serious pressure? And also, well, Scott Campbell putting one on Fernando Guzzi as well. So that's given a little cushion to Nick Verheul, who from looking really, really, really vulnerable, the fact that Scott Campbell made an attempted pass on Fernando Guzzi that Fernando had to defend has given the opportunity for Nick Verheul to just put a little bit of a cushion between himself and the pursuers. But this is only lap 3 of a 10-lap race, so we've got a long way to go yet. Nicholas Verheul from South Africa was in the DD2 final in 2012, 3 times at the Grand Finals in total. 2 grand finals, of course, have been in South Africa at Zwartkops. Can't remember whether it was the 2nd or the 3rd at Zwartkops. I think it was the 2nd. I wasn't there then. I missed the first 3, but I've been at every one since, and so proud of it, although that run is coming to an end shortly. So, Nick Verheul leading on lap 4. Fernando Guzzi in a safe-ish position in 2nd place. I say safe-ish because Scott Campbell, although he's relatively close, is not in a position to make an immediate threat. Behind those 3, it's Dennis Kroos. Dennis Kroos, who's the first of the Europeans in this one. And Dennis Kroos, a former world champion at this level. Interesting to see Dennis Kroos going so well in the dry and the hot and dry, because Dennis is a great performer in the rain. But he's not going so badly here, is he? And there goes the attempted move. Is it thwarted? Yes, it is. Nick, oh, this time I don't think it will be defended. And into the lead goes Fernando Guzzi. And Nick Verheul got caught himself then in a little bit of, not really in no man's land, but having made the initial defence, he was prized open at the 2nd time, and then short of chopping across and probably getting an exclusion for doing so, or at least getting himself in a position where he wouldn't even finish the race, did the sensible thing. But now Scott Campbell looking hard at our pole sitter, Nick Verheul, and Dennis Kroos in 4th place, thinking, well, now that you've done that, I've closed up even more. I'm not quite. Dennis Kroos in 4th place, not quite on the tail of the front-running 3, but not far off. Coming up towards half-race distance. In fact, this is half-race distance. Fernando Guzzi leads. Nick Verheul in 2nd place. Scott Campbell 3rd. And there goes a move by Nick Verheul. Does he take himself back into the lead? Yes, he does. And Nick Verheul, who I thought had probably been dispatched by Fernando Guzzi, has shown not a bit of it, not a bit of it. I was taking a mid-race breather. Well, he's not taking a breather now because he's got the close attentions of Fernando Guzzi in Scott Campbell behind him. Scott Campbell in front of Fernando Guzzi. And Fernando Guzzi bidding to go back into 2nd, and does so. So that gives Nick Verheul a nice little bit of a breathing space, doesn't it? But the front-running 4 is now the leader with about 4 kart lengths lead, and then another half dozen drivers with next to nothing between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, another 5. So at the end of that previous lap, Nick Verheul had half a second lead on Fernando Guzzi, but Scott Campbell had made a move on that lap. Dennis Kroos going well, and I've not mentioned him in commentary, but I've mentioned him in preliminaries a lot. Ryan Urban, the defending champion, who I believe is not going to give up this championship. It meant a lot to him last year, as it would. But I got the impression that there was a real determination about Ryan Urban. Having said that, didn't qualify terribly well, but it's racing that wins races, not qualifying that wins races. Nick Verheul still in the lead, holding a narrow advantage over Fernando Guzzi on lap 7. We're at the 3/4 race distance. Sweeping round now to start lap 8. And interesting move that by Fernando Guzzi. Oh, a very interesting move. It's not led to him taking the lead back, but actually at first I thought that was a really wise move, but maybe lost a little bit of speed on the final exit. This is the 180-degree hairpin on the infield. We're in the technical complex now. Nick Verheul still holding the advantage. Fernando Guzzi coming under really serious pressure from Ryan Urban now. And Ryan Urban in 3rd place is thinking not so much in terms of winning on Saturday afternoon, thinking it'd be a lot easier for me if I was to win on Wednesday afternoon and on Thursday morning and Thursday afternoon. The defending champion coming round to see 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Nick Verheul leads, Fernando Gutzi second, Ryan Urban third. Oh, and Dennis Kroos nearly going third, and I think is going third. Dennis Kroos has worked his way into third place. Well, possibly Ryan Urban was being a shade extravagant in looking for a route past, but the wily Dennis Kroos, who never missed a single Rotax Euro challenge in the first 10 years, drove in all 40 rounds. It was my privilege to be the commentator in all 40 rounds for the first 10 years. And showing all the experience that brings with it now. Nick Verheul once again under pressure from Fernando Gutzi and has to give second best there. And Dennis Kroos wanting to go into second place and does. So with 1 to go, Nick Verheul drops back to third place. Fernando Gutzi leads. Dennis Kroos in second place. Nick Verheul in third. Ryan Urban, who I would have put money on to come through from third to at least second, actually drops back to fourth. Plenty of good racing at the front of this one. Ryan Urban goes third. Nick Verheul drops to fourth now. So the pole sitter and long-time leader, with 2/3 of a lap to go, has got work to do to get a decent finish now. And just behind him, 427, Roberto Pazewski is putting pressure on. Pazewski would like to go past our long-time leader and making every effort to do so. But at the front has Fernando Gutzi, who I had actually tipped as one of the drivers to go well in this competition, not necessarily to win it, but to be strong throughout. Looks as if he's going to be repaying my faith, if that's the right word, with a victory in the opening race. Ryan Urban then in third. Oh, and a little bit of a nudge there. Well, Dennis Kroos, been here, done it all before. Ryan Urban, not been here so many times, but when he was a world champion. Robert Pazewski did get fourth place off Nick Verheul, who's going to be disappointed to have led for so long and finished fifth. Primož Metelic sixth. Scott Campbell was in third and indeed second for a while, but finishes seventh. Jonathan Peters makes it 2 South Africans in the top 8. Tomokazu Kawase of Japan 9th, and Derek Wang from the United States of America completing the top 10 at number 10. So the visual check coming up and showing Fernando Gutzi taking victory over Dennis Kroos in second place. The world champion at this level, Ryan Urban third. Robert Pazewski just getting past Nicholas Verheul for fourth. The South African having to be satisfied with fifth. Primož Metelic 6, Scott Campbell 7, Jonathan Peters 8, Tomokazu Kawase 9 and Derek Wang completing the top 10. The world number 3, Gabriel Zagella, in 14th place. Well, because of that little hiatus that we're having to move very swiftly on to our next race. Luis Schiavo from the United States via Venezuela is on pole position on this one. And it's a South American joining him on the front row, Michel Aboisa from Brazil. Another American, Mike Jones, on row 3. Javier Campo of Spain, been going well. He's on row 4 with Alessandro Glauser of Switzerland. Scott Howard, well experienced at this level. Jari Koivisto, also on row 5, completing the top 10 with Scott Howard. We shall have a camera on Tiffany Chittenden's kart, and indeed, bang on cue, there it is. She starts on the inside of row 7 in kart number 432. Chris Thomas, the small oval racer in Great Britain. Chris Thomas, he races hot rods and stock rods. William Cleveland on row 10, 59 years old, 45 years in karting, the oldest driver in the competition. Not just this one, but any of the classes. Jan Andreasen of Denmark on row 12, never missed a world final in the first 7. Then took a bit of a gap and he's come back and started qualifying again. Luis Schiavo on the left, Michael Aboisa on the right, and Luis Schiavo takes the lead. Michel Aboisa holding on though and not getting himself bullied out in any way. We've lost sight of them briefly. They're going off into the sunset. And we're in a situation where your guess would be as good as mine what's happening at the front. Although I do know for sure that Luis Schiavo, and there is Luis Schiavo taking the lead. Kart number took the lead at the start. He now lives in Florida, but he raced in the 2014 World Finals for Venezuela. Tiffany Chittenden just behind kart number 407, which is Chris Walton. Tiffany went through, I think, in 13th place on the at the start. She was certainly placed, let me see, she was due to be, yeah, P13, so she's holding good station. Oh, gone a bit wide there, hasn't she, and not quite carried the speed through as she would have wished. There's the camera, onboard camera, the silhouette of our onboard camera. Amazing what television pictures we can get as Luis Schiavo leads the drivers round to the start of the second lap in front of off-pole sitter Michel Aboisa, Lee Michener third, Antti Ollikainen fourth, and Mike Jones fifth. Javier Campos 6, Rafael Moro 7, Alessandro Glauser 8, Scott Howard 9, and Jari Koivisto completing the top 10. Tiffany Chittenden, who started in P13, is 13th at present. The only lady in the class and the only driver without camera on a helmet. Luis Schiavo then, not under immediate pressure from Aboisa. Third placed Lee Michener. But in a position, a leader, where if it was to make a mistake, it would be punished. It's a front-running 4. They've got themselves clear of 5th place Michael Jones. And the front-running 4 set off on lap 3. Schiavo 1, Aboisa 2, Michener 3, and Ollikainen 4. And as I take my eye off the screen, something has happened. Well, it's still Luis Schiavo in the front, that is for sure. So Aboisa and Lee Michener having a dice, isn't it, for second, third. And hey, that's really rather good television, isn't it, where we get Tiff Chittenden's helmet cam just showing us what things look like just outside the top 10. Tiff Chittenden, incidentally, her mechanics are 1, her partner Matthew Hamilton, twice been on the podium in a Rotax Grand Finals, and her father, Michael Chittenden, he's 70 years old and he still races. Saw him race last season at BMW at Brands Hatch. Well, Luis Schiavo now, who I thought was under a little bit of pressure, not pressure, but potentially struggling for a bit of a gap, has got a gap of a full second. Strange how karting unfolds sometime. Luis Schiavo, living in Florida, racing on an American license. Raced in 2014 for Venezuela, but raced last year for the United States, so this is his second year racing for his adopted nation, or the nation where he now resides and whose license he holds. Second place, Lee Michener. The reason I think for Luis Schiavo's glances over his left shoulder, the reason that Luis Schiavo's has got the lead that he has was Lee Michener getting the pressure on Michel Aboisa to put the second, third place situations in for trading and subsequently taking it. And Antti Ollikainen of Finland not able to get past while they were doing that. Ooh, and that's a little bit tight at 5th and 6th, isn't it? That's Michael Jones and Rafael Morrow, 5th and 6th, setting off on lap 5. Rafael Morrow just getting past Mike Jones, kart number 414. Well, Tiffany Chittenden moving up into 11th place, and if you think that we're favouring the Brits or favouring the lady, no, we're just keen for the driver who's carrying our camera to get a good drive and go well. Sweeping onto the paddock straight then for the 5th time of 10, and Luis Schiavo's lead was 0.9 of a second at the end of the previous lap, although it had been over a full second. But Lee Michener went very, very well in the preliminaries for Australia, so a driver we're expecting to see make some significant headway into this competition, and Aboisa and Ollikainen having a good dice for 3rd, 4th. Then that little bit of a gap for 5th and 6th, which is Mike Jones in 6th behind Rafael Morrow in 5th place. Just looking a little bit further down if there's anything that William Cleveland, the 59-year-old in P23 at the moment, so holding his own at 59 years of age. Well done, sir. It's what Rotax karting is all inclusive of. We're a family sport and there's something for everyone. Standings at the halfway stage on your screen confirm that Tiffany Chittenden with our helmet cam just outside the top 10 at the moment. He's still in that place. Chris Thomas, the stock rod and hot rod small oval racer, running 14th. Carlos Medina 17th. Maybe Carlos would have expected a little better than that. Race leaders setting off on lap 7 now. Half race distance, Jan Andreasen, the veteran from Denmark, raced I think it's 11 World Finals, in 21st place. Surprising to see Leon in the 24th place, was it? Leon Ninkotta, yes, in 24th place. He'd been going really well in the preliminaries and looked as if he might well have been a threat, but outside of the top 20 at the moment in kart 413. This is inside the top 20, in fact, at the front. Luis Schiavo leading. He's in kart 446, you see him on screen now. Behind him, Lee Michener. Lee Michener from Australia, then Michel Aboisa of Brazil. Behind Michel, it's Antti Ollikainen, the first of the Europeans. He's from Finland. In fact, Antti Ollikainen is, Finland is the only nation in the top 8 from Europe, because Jari Koivisto is 8th, Antti Ollikainen is 4th, and everybody else, it's United States 1, Australia 2, Brazil 3, Finland 4, Argentina 5, United States 6, Australia 7, Finland 8. Alessandro Glauser of Switzerland is 9th, Scott Howard of Australia completing the top 10. So the Europeans not in full flight here. Antti Ollikainen of Finland and Jari Koivisto of Finland, 4th and 8th, the best of the Europeans in this one. Well, Luis Schiavo, not sure what else to say about him, because I'm waiting for a little bit of a scrap, but a scrap's not coming. Luis Schiavo, kart number 446 in this comfortable lead. Lead is 0.9 of a second. It had been over a second, but it looks relatively safe now. Now, is that a back marker? As I was looking away at the timing screen, was that a back marker that was being lapped? Or was it one of our front runners who was going out? Ooh, always worries me. It was someone being lapped, I think. Yes, it was someone being lapped. Always my fear is when I'm looking for finer detail for you and then look back to the action and not telling you what the significant thing was. But nothing significant lost there. It was Handi Harja of Indonesia, who is now a lap down in 34th place. On the penultimate lap, and Luis Schiavo, it's his race to throw away from here, and he's not looking as if he's going to do that. I often use the expression it would take a monumental piece of misfortune or an even greater monumental driver error to lose the race from here, but it's karting. These things cannot be absolutely taken for granted. And it's a long way around this lap. Fastest lap on lap 9 for Lee Michener, 61.46. So the good news for Lee Michener is he's going faster than everybody else in second place, but the bad news is it's the last lap and it's going to be hard to catch and pass Luis Schiavo from here. But for Lee Michener, a good start to the weekend's racing if he opens with a second place in Heat 1. On the infield technical complex now. Coming round to the closest point to the start-finish line, just there, sweeping round the right-hander that will bring them onto the home straight away. And there's the checkered flag, and here's our race winner, and Luis Schiavo wins it. Lee Michener second, Michel Aboisa third, Antti Ollikainen fourth, Rafael Morrow fifth, Jari Koivisto sixth, Mike Jones seventh, Chris Walton eighth, Alessandro Glauser 9, and well done to Tiffany Chittenden for New Zealand. She gained a place from 11th and fought her way into the top 10 in her opening drive. So Tiff Chittenden for New Zealand, finishing in the top 10 at number 10. But finishing in the top 10 at number 1, Luis Schiavo for the United States of America. Good drive by him. There's the visual of the result. Luis Schiavo taking the victory for the United States from Lee Michener of Australia. Michel Aboisa of Brazil in third place. Antti Ollikainen of Finland, the first of the Europeans, fourth. Argentina's Rafael Morrow in fifth. Jari Koivisto makes it 2 Finnish drivers in the top 6. Mike Jones, USA 7. Chris Walton, Australia 8. Alessandro Glauser, Switzerland 9, and Tiffany Chittenden of New Zealand completing the top 10. Good drive by Chris Thomas, who's very much a novice in terms of this standard of racing in DD2, finished 13th. He's a small oval driver back home in stock rods. Chris Adams, former world champion at this level, finishing in the top 20 at number 20. William Cleveland, the oldest driver in the event, a respectable 23rd place finish. 60 flags flying there, 59 of them of the countries. This is the VIP lounge. Wouldn't you like to be there? I love doing what I'm doing in the commentary box, but it's hard work, and very occasionally when I see someone sipping a glass of wine with all the pressure off, makes me a bit jealous. Groups A and B for race 7, the qualifying heat of Kasper Bielski on pole position and Luca Monaretto joining him on the front row. Ferenc Kankshaw on row 3, the defending champion, the world title holder at this level, defending his title. Senanor of Indonesia didn't appear to be going too well in the preliminaries, but good enough to get a start on row 6. Senanor, I wonder where he got the name Senna from. Abdullah Al-Rawahi for Oman, driving as an entrant from the Al Alain Raceway. On row 8, Nicholas Steen from Norway. Seamus Universis, a European champion, as well as racing some CIK classes on row 9. Mick Vishover of Austria on row 10 in P19 would have expected better, I think, from his main preliminaries. Eugene Britt's going to be very disappointed. A driver of immense talent from South Africa. It's just not going right for him this weekend so far. Jeff Kingsley will be carrying our camera. Jeff Kingsley from Canada. But unfortunately, Jeff's starting back in P30 in kart 327. So you see the fumes coming out of that covered assembly area and from the back of the exhausts of these DD2 machines. Kasper Bielski on pole position, Luca Monaretto from South Africa joining him on the front row. Kevin Ludi and Josh Hart, row 2, Switzerland and New Zealand. Well, to your left there, 303 is Luca Monaretto of South Africa. To your right, 344 is the pole man, Kasper Bielski of Poland. These beautiful machines, aren't they? Looking absolutely a treat. Birol Art chassis for this class. Once again, we thank all of our chassis partners, Birol Art, in this particular class, DD2. These are groups A and B. Jeff Kingsley in kart number 327, just behind 363. Which is Nicola Tralesi of Italy. Well, Tralesi was on his back, so that gave us a clue, didn't it? Another 10-lap race. Do we get a nice clean start? See the silhouette of the drone? Bielski on the left. That doesn't look a very even start, but it's being allowed, is it? No, it isn't. It was not even, and it's not being allowed. A restart. Well, Jeff Kingsley's kart, seeing Eugene Brits to the right in kart 309 and kart 363, which is Nicola Tralesi of Italy, immediately in front of him. Jeff Kingsley, I think, at his 4th World Final. Let me just double check that for you. Yes, 4th Grand Final. 2013, 14, 15 and 16. He was a junior in 2013. 303 to the right hand side there. Luca Munaretto back home. He's got a St Bernard dog called Buddy. Caught my eye, that did, on his driver bio. Kasper Bileski on the left on pole position and jumps into an easy lead, and slowly away Luca Munaretto. Luca Munaretto on the outside of the front row really didn't give himself a chance of getting either a wide outside sling to the lead or more likely a dive over to 2nd or 3rd on the inside, and consequently Kevin Ludi on P2 on the inside of row 3 has taken clear advantage. Kasper Bileski of Poland finding a virtually unchallenged run. Oh, he's not unchallenged now, is he? Kart 344 in the lead is Kasper Bileski. Kevin Ludi getting very much, ooh, and a little bit of nudging, and I think there was a change of place there. Ferenc Kankshar in kart 304, that looks like Big Frank, I think it is. Ferenc Kankshar, the defending champion, not one to be messed with. I'm not saying that in a aggressive, illegal way, but he's a big lad. And he goes through in 2nd place behind Kasper Bileski. 3rd place Kevin Ludi, 4th place Josh Hart, Cosimo Durante in 5th place. Now front row starter Luca Munaretto of South Africa right back in 6th place, which was a little bit unlucky for the drivers immediately behind him. Josh Hart, for example, having already overtaken him. Lukas Bartuszek in 7th place, Troy Woolston 8th, Villa Vilainen 9th, and Senna Noor completing the top 10 at number 10. Eugene Brits, who started well down the field, just caught a glimpse of as I looked at the far side, the returning field, but oh, a driving standards flag. Yuri Alves, kart 333. Yuri Alves, kart 333. Yuri Alves is from Brazil in his 5th World Final, but he's not going too well in this one. And to add insult to, well, I say he's not going too well, he's in 13th place, but he's got 13th place and a driving standards flag. We're on lap 3 with the race leaders, and Ferenc Kankshar in 2nd place, trying to reel in Kasper Bileski. Actually, it might be more truthful. Let's have another look at this replay and just have a quick peep. And oops, yeah, not nice, was it? Didn't see that first time round, so glad that we saw that this time round. Hopefully nobody hurt, and Jeff Kingsley is last of the runners at the moment, who, having been caught by that particular little piece of issue, not surprising. Eduardo Leitao hasn't come round on the opening lap, neither did Will van der Kai, the Dutchman. But Jeff Kingsley really struggling at the back, and that little issue that we saw then didn't help him any. Edward Leitao and Will van der Kai no longer circulating. This is the start of lap 4. Kasper Bileski's lead is a full second over Ferenc Kankshar. Ferenc's got nearly 0.3 of a second over Cosimo Durante in 3rd place. Josh Hart, the New Zealander, in 4th. Kevin Ludi dropped down to 5th. Luca Munaretto climbing a little bit now, just 1 place to 6th. Yuri Alves, who got the driving standards flag, has gained another couple of places. He's up to 11th now. Abdullah Al-Rawahi dropped to 19th. Seamus Udavershis up to 14th. Jeff Kingsley has gone past Sari Abu Rahal of Lebanon, so he's no longer the last of our runners. But Kasper Bileski from the Intercars karting team setting a fast lap on lap 3, 61.9. Handy lead, isn't it? But just behind him, Ferenc Kankshar, Big Frank, and Cosimo Durante having a pretty good dice for second and third. Clouds as the sun gets lower. Oh, and here we are with Jeff Kingsley behind Eugene Britz. The picture just breaking up a little perhaps, so not showing us the detail we might have liked. You can see the speed, can't you, from the tarmac immediately, and Jeff looking to try to put a pass on Eugene, and it looks as if he's done so. So relegating Eugene Britz behind him. And while I was looking at that, Cosimo Durante has gone past Ferenc Kankshar, so Ferenc Kankshar it is sitting in third place now, a relatively safe third place, but he wouldn't want to get too detached behind Cosimo Durante, but the Italian actually has put, what, 3 kart lengths between himself and the defending champion. Coming round to conclude the half race marker. 5 laps gone, 5 to go. Kasper Bielski's lead is 0.6 of a second. So Cosimo Durante is not just pulling away from Ferenc Kankshar in third place. He's just set a fastest lap. I was going to say he's actually reeling in Kasper Bielski. Good news for Cosimo Durante is the fastest driver on the circuit. He's got 4 laps to make of what? 0.63 of a second. It's not going to be easy. Don't say it's impossible. It certainly isn't impossible. Could we be looking at Cosimo Durante taking an unexpected victory off our pole sitter Kasper Bielski? Going to find out in the next 3.5 laps. Well, 3.25 laps. The gap 0.64 of a second. Had been a lot more. So, Cosimo Durante of Italy on a charge in second place. Ferenc Kankshar looking over his right shoulder. His third place would appear to be relatively safe from Josh Hart. As the dropping sun with just this and one more race to go. Well, Cosimo Durante making a real bid, isn't he? And Kasper Bielski no longer looking like a runaway leader. And Ferenc Kankshar also getting a little bit of a new lease of life. So Kasper Bielski has got Cosimo Durante and Ferenc Kankshar champing just behind them. 3.44 is your race leader, Kasper Bielski, pole sitter. But Cosimo Durante now looking really, really threatening. And because Cosimo is being held back by the race leader, Ferenc Kankshar has closed hard on him. There's the bid for the lead, and it's happened. Ferenc Kankshar tried to go into second, but was thwarted. But our new race leader is Cosimo Durante. Cosimo Durante in the first place now, and 3.04. Ferenc Kankshar eventually does get through into second place. So, race leader for a long time, and pole sitter Kasper Bielski now in third place and under pressure from Josh Hart. Josh Hart really applying pressure in kart 311. Kankshar goes up to second. So all going wrong for Bielski. Cosimo Durante 1, Ferenc Kankshar 2, and Josh Hart trying to get underneath the pole sitter, and Josh Hart looking hard. Just got his angles a little bit wrong there, Josh. He's got to be careful because there's people really close behind him. But fourth to third is a possibility, you would think. 2 full laps remaining. This is the start of lap 9. Cosimo Durante in the lead again from Ferenc Kankshar, Kasper Bielski. Josh Hart in 4th. Luca Monaretto 5th. Kevin Ludi in 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there was a 7th place driver in shot, which would be Troy Woolston of Australia. But it's these guys at the front that hold our attention. 3.61 is Cosimo Durante. 3.04 is Ferenc Kankshar. On the technical infield section, coming to the 180, no, it's not the 180 degree hairpin, it's the big wide sweep that leads towards the final turn. So One more turn and then they're on the home straight. We'll see the last lap board. There it is, there it is. This race might have some mileage in it yet. Josh Hart in 4th place, trying to go past Kasper Bileski in 3rd, but it's the scrap at the front. Ferenc Kankshaw leading Cosimo Durante. Durante trying to come back. Ferenc Kankshaw holding him off. Ferenc Kankshaw having gone through 9 consecutive grand finals, starting as a junior. Looking for a race victory here. But Durante tries to prize him open. It's not available there. Onto the short straight, the paddock straight, the shorter of the 2 straights at the extremity. Into the final technical section. To the 180-degree hairpin, and Ferenc Kankshaw really looking over his shoulder now. Josh Hart also pressing. Well, 3-1-1, Josh Hart is finishing really powerfully, but it looks as if Kankshaw has got the victory. Yes, he has. Kankshaw wins it. Durante in 2nd place, Josh Hart 3rd, Kasper Bileski 4th, Kevin Ludi 5th, Luca Munaretto 6, Troy Woolston 7, Lucas Bartusiak 8, Ville Vilainen 9, and Senanor in 10th place. A technical flag was shown to Sheng Yahong, which is unfortunate. He's just finished, he's done 9 laps, he's done his 10th lap to complete the full lap distance, but he was shown a technical flag. Not sure at what stage that was shown to him, but that's way back in 29th place. Well, good race. Hope you enjoyed that one. Ferenc Kankshaw looked a strong potential winner early on, then dropped back a bit. Cosimo Durante drove a very spirited race throughout. Josh Hart certainly did. Never led, was never in the top 3 until right at the end, but finished 3rd. Kasper Bileski 4th, Kevin Ludi 5th. Winner Ferenc Kankshaw, the defending world title holder. Good race. Looking forward to the next one, but it will be the last of the day. Confirmation of our penultimate race, the world title holder opening the defence of his title with a victory in Heat 1. Ferenc Kankshaw wins it from Cosimo Durante of Italy in 2nd place, the fast finishing Josh Hart 3rd for New Zealand. Kasper Bileski, long-time leader and pole sitter 4th, Kevin Ludi of Switzerland 5th. Luca Munaretto, South Africa 6th, Troy Woolston of Australia 7th, Lucas Bartusiak in 8th place for Poland, Ville Vilainen in 9th place for Finland, and Senanor from Indonesia completing the top 10. Edward Jones just holding on to a place in the top 20 in 20th place. Jeff Kingsley, who carried our helmet cam, finishing in 21st place. Good to see a Taiwanese driver here, even though Tai Cheng Yang finishes outside the top 20 in 23rd place. Good race, I enjoyed that one. Well, our final race of the day sees Konstantin Schürrle on pole position with Christian Sorensen. Christian Sorensen, who I remind you, in the qualifying competition came to a halt after about 1.5 minutes took the cart onto the grass, tried to make some changes, made some changes, got a decent time, and his dividend, his reward, he starts heat 1 on the front row. Andreas Bachmann, the world number 2 at this level, he starts on row 3 with Luca Kamali. First of the girls, there's 2 South African ladies in this class, and Fabienne Lenz has got herself a row 6 start. Oriol Dalmau, a former podium man at this level, a 3rd place finish. He was 3rd at New Orleans in 2013. Harold Skokaklis went really well in the preliminaries. Not gone so well today. How will he go in this race? Similar thing could be said of Kristaps Gasparovics. Not quite as good as Harold Skokaklis in the preliminaries, but better than a row 9 start would suggest. Denis Slavinsky on row 12. Denis Slavinsky comes from Belarus. Good to see a Belarusian driver with us. Aaron Sherlock of Ireland, one of the guys of whom it must be said, the look of the Irish, yeah, pretty lousy look. And the grid completed by the 2nd of the South African ladies, Ivana Setenic. I promise you she's a better driver than that start position suggests. Things went wrong for her earlier in the day. Yesterday she wasn't doing at all badly in non-qualifying practice. Well, nice views of the grandstand. Those of you sitting in the tribune in the grandstand, in the pleasant warmth, the gentle breeze. What a great thing to be doing on a Wednesday afternoon in October. I think that was Kevin Lude. Just to the extreme left, well, just out of shot, just banging his knees to the left, Ken Alleman, a top driver at this level, and Kevin Lude's father alongside him. Ken Alleman with his dark glasses, plenty to say. Good to see drivers of yesteryear. He had a sister who raced karts and cars, Cindy Alleman, who had success in the United States, in the USA. Well, kart 337 that you see there is Marco Signoretti. Sounds as if he should be from Italy, doesn't it? But he's from Canada. Just in front of him, the pole sitter, Konstantin Schürl of Austria. And that's where I'm doing my stuff from, not sitting in the sunshine on the tribune, but the office windows at the top. Can't see very much from those windows because I'm looking at the same screen that you're looking at, but KART-DATA have also provided me with a large screen, timing screen. Hi everyone, thanks for popping into the booth to see me. So, now to the right of your screen, the drivers exiting the assembly area for one formation lap. A reminder, if you've not been with us all day, we do one formation lap here. Why? Well, it's 1,547 meters around here, not a lot short of a mile, so we don't do two formation laps, we do one. Well, we do more than one when we get to a false start, but you know what I mean. We hopefully will be doing one and getting a clean start to our last race of the day. Well, we're in that slightly frustrating position where we've counted 35 drivers out on circuit, but we're not in a position to tell you who has not come out. Always do feel for people who've qualified for a world title finals and heat one and they're not able to take their place. So as soon as we learn who that is, we will tell you, if we learn who it is. Well, we've bunched down to a complete standstill towards the back there, haven't we? Konstantin Schürrle on pole position, Christian Sorensen joining him on the front row. Nice views there from this particular angle, our drone that follows the drivers around. You can see the silhouette of the drone on the inside of the white line. Konstantin Schürrle to the left, Christian Sorensen to the right. That's not an even start. That cannot be a start. And guys, whatever went wrong there, that never ever looked like a start in the making. We go round the 1,547 metres again. Well, we believe that it may be Nathan Tigani of Australia. No, that is not correct. That is not correct. I'll try again. The message that I was getting was that cart number 317, Nathan Tigani, had stalled at the start, but is able to restart, and that's the explanation for the second formation lap. In the background, the paddock awning, the large paddock awning that houses 360 carts, drivers, mechanics. Can you believe it? Well, you can, because you can see it before your very eyes on the screen, and if you're here at Sarno, you can go and walk in it. Great sight. .320 is Konstantin Schürrle, 358 is Christian Sorensen. They try again. Schürrle left, Sorensen right. And we're racing, and well, it wasn't the cleanest of starts. We're going round again. We're not racing, we're going round again. Well, guys, what are we doing? Race director Nigel Edwards making very clear what was wrong and what it was. Well, Christian Sorensen just making gesture with his hands saying, well, yeah, okay. So, one more smoky turn to make, and can we get away at the third time of asking? Excuse me. Here we go, or do we? That looks as if we ought to be going. Konstantin Schürrle from pole position looks over to the left. He doesn't see Christian Sorensen there because the off-pole driver was really quite slowly away. Marco Signoretti in second place on P3 on the inside of row 2 got a better start than Christian Sorensen, and that balked Martin Steinertz to some degree. So Konstantin Schürrle in the lead with a fair little margin in this early stage. About 2 cart lengths, well maybe not 2 cart lengths. Sometimes our television pictures fall short in the distance. Yeah, that could well be too. Oh, and two drivers have come together and gone grass tracking, and neither of them's going to be in a very clever position when they regain the tarmac, and they're not going to be overly happy either, are they? Didn't see how it came about, but we race on. Well, it was all very elegant and gentle. I don't think there's certainly no injury, and there's no damage to karts, I wouldn't have thought. But there's damage to likelihood of getting a decent finish in Heat 1. Let's have a look again, see if we can see how that happened. Well, here's the slow-mo. Oh my, that could have been really nasty, couldn't it? And there may well be some damage. It was the driver in 5th place meeting the driver in 4th place in a rather unfortunate way. So, well, there we go. Let me try and have a look and see from the back if I can work out who that might have been. Luca Kamali involved. Kart 368. Let me just try one more time and then I'll go back to the screen with you. Well, there had been some other drivers who were having issues elsewhere on the circuit at the bottom bend before that particular incident, so it may well be that what we saw was the tail end of the incident rather than the incident as a whole. Starting lap 3, apologies for trying to chase what had happened there rather than staying with the front runners. This is Christian Sorensen, who had the slow start from the outside of the front row, but now that I come back to attention on this particular race, he's leading it. Marco Signoretti in 2nd place, who started on the inside of row 2. Andreas Bachmann has got himself handily placed. Andreas, who was the world number 2 coming into this event, and really had let me say it, a very disappointing set of preliminaries. I'm a good friend of Andreas and the family, but he didn't pull up any trees, as the saying goes. It was disappointing with the numbers, but he's going okay now. We've gone racing. Andreas Bachmann, who came 2nd last year at Portimao, Portugal. Christian Sorensen of Denmark, Marco Signoretti, Canada 2nd. Driving, a technical flag for Taimur Kermanshahshi. So Taimur Kermanshahshi, the older of the Kermanshahshi brothers racing here from the United Arab Emirates, is being fetched in on a technical flag. Taimur is running at the moment in 27th place, and there's only 2 drivers continuing behind him, Denis Slavinsky and Michael Pospikal, and Taimur is not going to be in front of anybody when he comes back out, if he can come back out. Hope he does, but he's got the technical flag. Glance over the shoulder by Christian Sorensen. This all looks very sedate, doesn't it? After all of the anxieties trying to get the drivers away. Christian Sorensen's lead is from Marco Signoretti. A pole sitter, Konstantin Schürl, in 3rd place. Andreas Bachmann running 4th, Pascal Marshall 5th. Hey, I normally like to keep an eye on the ladies' progress, and Fabienne Lance, the South African girl, she's up into 5th place. Fabienne Lance in kart 302 has just got into the top 5. Fabienne didn't go particularly well in the preliminaries, but a 5th place at the approach to the halfway stage in your opening race isn't bad in a world final. Christian Sorensen from Denmark. One of the things that I want to say about when he had a problem in the qualifying competition, it's only 7 minutes long. Any outside assistance and you're in trouble. But he never seemed to panic, just quietly did what he had to do on the grass, got himself going again, posted a decent time, got a decent starting position, and right now as we approach the half race distance in our final race of the day, he's leading it. Christian Sorensen, kart 358 from Denmark. Raced in the World Final, the Rotax World Finals last year. This is his 2nd appearance in a Grand Final. Sets off now on lap 6. Signoretti 2nd. Schürl from pole position 3rd. Bachmann 4th. Lance completing the top 5. Barry Pullinger, who started well down the field, has got himself to the edge of the top 10. And Konstantin Schürl has gone past Marco Signoretta. So Konstantin Schürl, while I was looking at the progress of Barry Pullinger making progress from further back, Signoretti has lost second place to Schürl. And Andreas Bachmann has come through as well. So Andreas Bachmann, the world number 2, and 327 going through for another place. Was it 327, 337? Marco Signoretti there, getting himself into a very handy position. Couldn't be more handy. So, just trying to read the geography of the race. The lead in favour of Christian Sorensen, 1.4 seconds. Konstantin Schürl in second place has got 0.68 over Andreas Bachmann, and those three really well clear of the rest. When you look at the margins on our graphics, Signoretti 4th, one of the 2 girls from South Africa, Fabian Lance 5th, Harold Skokaklis, who I've been saying earlier on went well in the preliminaries but not so well in qualifying, is now running in the top 6. Pascal Marshall was 7th at the end of the previous lap. Martin Steinert's 8th. Oriel Dalmau, a former world number 3, was in 9th, and Barry Pullinger now into the top 10. Hey, Aaron Sherlock, who has really had a lot of misfortune, getting himself into a decent position just outside the top 10 in 12th place. Ivana Setinic in 17th place is the second of the South African girls. So Ivana Setinic in 17th place makes it 2 South African girls in the top half, because there were 36 starters and both of the girls still running in the top half of the field. We're on lap 8. Chris Sorensen's margin, 1.3 seconds, really shouldn't relinquish it from here, should he? Konstantin Schürl looking pretty safe in second place. Andreas Bachmann in third, maybe a little bit more likely to be caught, but Harold Skokaklis needs a bit of work to do. Well, Harold Skokaklis is looking for it, isn't he? 3:07, just momentary in our shot. So, Harold Skokaklis in 4th place in kart, 3:07. Putting pressure on 3:71 Andreas Bachmann as we set off with 2 laps to go. This is the fight I was telling you about. Doesn't say fight, the battle. It's cleanly driven. Our race leaders though, and Bachmann maybe is about to lose. Well, it's a tight affair, and the inside of the circuit coming to the advantage. Oh, this might have ended in tears. It was a little bit untidy when it happened, but I think Harold Skokaklis has clattered through. A warning flag, driving standards flag to Martin Steinert in kart 351. Martin in kart 351 is running in 7th place and has picked up a driving standards flag. So, driving standards flag to kart 351, Martins Steinerts. And the flag marshal very kindly showing to us there is the driving standards flag. Not to this gentleman. This gentleman is Christian Sorensen, who sets off on the final lap. Konstantin Schürl in 2nd place, Harold Skokaklis in 3rd. Fabian Lance, the girl, one of the 2 girls from South Africa, has also gone past Andreas Bachmann. So Andreas Bachmann worked himself up into 3rd place, challenging for 2nd, but he's back in 5th place now. It's really tight in there, isn't it? Good racing behind the front 2. Have to do justice to the front 2 in showing you them, but we want you to see the best of the racing that there is. And right now it's the race for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. We're looking at Harold Skokaklis and Fabian Lance. No, Fabian Lance and Andreas Bachmann, was it? Anyway, this is our race leader, Christian Sorensen. Christian Sorensen comes back into view once again in front of Konstantin Schürl. On to the home straight, and an easy victory for Christian Sorensen. In second place, Konstantin Schürrle. Third place, Harold Skokaklis. Fourth place, Fabienne Lanz. Fifth place, Pascal Marshall. Sixth, Marco Signoretti. Seventh, Andreas Spackman, and he's going to be disappointed with that for sure. Martin Steinert's eighth and a warning flag. Oriel Dalmau ninth. Barry Pullinger finished in the top 10 at number 10. Aaron Shacklock of Ireland, who started in P27, drove up to 13th, and good drive by the Irishman. So let's have a look at the visual of our final race of the day, qualifying heat 2 for the DD2s, Group C and D. Victory for Christian Sorensen of Denmark. He was 1.9 seconds clear of Konstantin Schürrle of Austria. Harold Skokaklis, a battling drive into third place. He drives as a Russian driver now, but born in Latvia. Fabienne Lentz from South Africa, the best finish by a girl on the opening day. She's finished 4th. Pascal Marshall 5th. Marco Signoretti 6th. Andreas Spackman, as I said seconds ago, going to be disappointed with 7th. Martin Steinert's 8th. Oriel Dalmau 9th. And Barry Pullinger completing the top 10. Ivana Setinic of South Africa finishing 21st. That's a long way behind the other South African lady, Fabienne Lance, but nevertheless a decent finish. Mohamed Arif, it doesn't sound so good, 23rd place, but things were going badly wrong for Mohamed Arif, but finishing 23rd there has given a little bit to hold on to. He was going to be looking a little bit more ugly than that. Commiseration to Paul Anthony Brendan, Brendan Paul Anthony, sorry, Dennis Slavinsky and Taimur Kermanshashi. They did not complete the race, and quite a few of the 36 would-be starters did fail to complete the race. That's a shame. But these things happen. This was just one race, race 1 of a 4-day racing program. Tomorrow we have more heats. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen today. I thought there was some really good racing. I still stick to what I said at the start. I believe that DD2 Masters is going to be a mega event. So much talent in there. But the DD2 class that we've just seen, no shortage there either. Seniors and juniors produce some good racing. I really do feel that we're going to have good racing across the board. Now, it's been a beautiful day today. Blue sky, sunshine. Tomorrow's weather forecast, not quite so good. Maybe a little bit of the wet stuff coming down. We have to race in the wet, we have to race in the dry if we want to be a world title holder. We're going to be bringing all of the competitive action tomorrow. I hope you'll join us tomorrow. The first race is at 10:45, which is a micro max race. We'll be on air from 10:30 in the morning. I'm Ken Walker. On behalf of my colleague Jenny Wade and all of my KART-DATA friends that I'm working with, bye from Sarno. Please tune in again tomorrow morning.